You need to press the button or we can't hear you.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Without objection, Mr. Moore from Alabama will be permitted to participate in today's hearing for the purpose of questioning the witness if a member yields him time for that purpose. Good morning. Today's hearing is being called pursuant to the subcommittee's oversight responsibilities regarding regulatory reform and the administrative state. Our concern is that in response to the COVID pandemic, the administrative state, particularly leadership at the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, operated outside of their own rules, regulations put in place to guard against such behavior in the face of a national health emergency. Subcommittee oversight has found that in the wake of Operation Warp Speed, a federal effort to speed up COVID vaccine development, there were reports of vaccine injury. Further, the FDA and CDC had not studied whether people who had been infected with COVID even needed a vaccine or whether the vaccine would, quote, stop the spread, end quote. When the Biden administration took over in January 2021, the emergency use vaccine was being rolled out. Though the positive and negative effects of the vaccines were just beginning to be understood, there was immediate talk of mandating the vaccine and developing vaccine boosters. Let's be clear, the mantra since the first days of the COVID-19 pandemic was that the government would follow the science in all aspects of the pandemic response. But the administration's objective from the beginning was to act with more urgency than caution. Frightened Americans were working together to try to keep one another safe, and they relied on the government's flawed advice on how best to do so. Through Operation Warp Speed, the FDA brought emergency use authorization, or EUA, vaccines to market, but these vaccines were not fully approved or licensed. From the beginning, the CDC issued guidance suggesting that those who had already been infected with COVID would benefit from the EUA vaccine. The science, however, did not support this. CDC's reporting did not take into account that those who survive infection usually develop natural immunity. After reading the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, which contained the most current COVID vaccine data at the time, I called the CDC and questioned the validity of the report. As the recently released subcommittee report details, the administrative state at the CDC circled the wagons. Rather than being receptive to my correction of their admitted miscommunication, CDC officials doubled down on the claims, warned members of their team, private citizens in fact, that I had called, and refused to make the changes they said they would make to the report. We know through other committee oversight that the Biden administration eventually grew so bold as to seek censorship of vaccine critics. As for mandating vaccination, full FDA approval, not emergency use authorization, is needed to force someone to take a vaccine legally, as has been the case with vaccines required to attend public schools and colleges. Acting FDA Commissioner Janet Woodcock began working on getting a fully approved COVID vaccine in early 2021. Pfizer filed their Biologics License Application, or BLA, to seek full approval on May 12, 2021. Under normal circumstances, a BLA takes a year to complete. A fast-track BLA can be ready in about 8 months, which meant full approval by January 2022. Working on the vaccine license approval were Dr. Marion Gruber and Dr. Philip Krause, both who have about 30 years, 3 decades of experience in vaccine reviews, 2 of the world's best and most recognized scientists in vaccine licensing. Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause strongly supported vaccines and were relied upon by the World Health Organization for guidance and advice during the pandemic. These 2 scientists, working alongside a team of experts, committed to completing the BLA in only 4 months, by September 15, 2021, something that they explained would be unprecedented. Overseeing the operation with Acting Commissioner Woodcock was Dr. Peter Marks, Director of the FDA Center for Biologics Research and Development. Drs. Gruber and Krause reported to Dr. Marks. As we know, vaccine injuries were already being reported in 2021, including instances of myocarditis in healthy young people. Drs. Gruber and Krause were aware of the reports, but wanted more time to evaluate the data. Dr. Marks asked them to move the BLA completion up 3 weeks, which would be in line with Biden's expected mandates. Drs. Gruber and Krause explained that moving the approval date up would mean cutting corners and lowering standards. But Dr. Marks told Acting Commissioner Woodcock that he had Operation Warp Speed to live up to. They then removed Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause from the licensing application review. The top 2 experts at the FDA, taken off of the job because they wouldn't do what the politics wanted them to do. After the FDA rushed the licensing process and began promoting boosters and expanded the vaccine authorization to include children, Drs. Gruber and Krause expressed their concern in a Lancet Medical Journal article about the boosters. Pfizer released a video encouraging people to get their vaccine because it works against then-recent Omicron variant, despite not having the data to back it up. Take a look. We play the video.
You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got the new updated booster, designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it?
We'll talk about this video later. There were some things missing there at the end. Soon after, the FDA and Dr. Marks created 41 videos to assure the public that the vaccines were safe. In one video, Dr. Marks suggests that there is no harm to fertility, although he actually did not have data to back up the claims. Let's take a look at that video.
Pregnant or breastfeeding women can certainly receive a COVID-19 vaccine and should discuss the potential benefits and risks of vaccination with their healthcare provider. There's currently no evidence that any vaccines, including COVID-19 vaccines, cause fertility problems in either men or women. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, or might become pregnant in the future, the CDC recommends getting vaccinated.
At the time he made that video, he knew that there were reports that the vaccine affected menstruation cycles of women. In another video, Dr. Marks talks about reporting of side effects and says there's a mechanism in place to report injuries. He claims the benefits outweigh the, quote, known and potential risks, unquote. Let's take a look. In another vaccine promotion video, Dr. Marks advocates giving the EUA vaccine to children as young as 6 months. No COVID-19 vaccine had been approved for children that young, and the vaccine had not yet been tested on that population. Let's take a look at that video.
In FDA's analysis for both the Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccines, the immune response to the vaccines in each age group of children was comparable to the immune response of the older participants. The immune responses showed the vaccines were effective in preventing COVID-19. The FDA's evaluation and analysis of the effectiveness data of these vaccines was rigorous and comprehensive. For the Moderna vaccine, we evaluated data for multiple pediatric age groups. For each age group, FDA evaluated effectiveness data based on randomized, placebo-controlled studies in which the immune response of children in each age group following 2 doses of the Moderna vaccine was compared to the immune response of adults aged 18 through 25 who received 2 higher doses of the vaccine in a previous similar study, which determined the vaccine to be effective in preventing COVID-19. For the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, the effectiveness data to support the EUA in children 6 months through 4 years of age are based on a comparison of immune responses following 3 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine to the immune responses among individuals 16 through 25 years of age who received 2 higher doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine in a previous study which determined the vaccine to be effective in preventing COVID-19. Please talk to your child's healthcare provider about any questions you have.
Dr. Gruber's full testimony is being entered into the record, but I'm going to share part of it with you now. So I asked Dr. Gruber, so you had given them a September 15th date, which you considered to be, I think, very aggressive compared to prior timelines for other vaccines. Is that correct? Dr. Gruber said that is correct. And who was pushing you to move that date up? It was Dr. Marks. You said that in your email there are very important regulatory issues that need to be settled. And as an example, you mentioned a pediatric plan. Can you explain what that means and what needed to be settled? Why was the BLA approval dependent on the pediatric plan? Because it required by law that a vaccine manufacturer will assess the vaccine further in the pediatric population if they have not been tested as part of the efficacy study. As I recall, in the efficacy trial, there were adolescents and children, I think, down to 12 years of age, but the vaccine was not tested in children less than 12 years of age as part of this efficacy study. So a vaccine manufacturer then has to put a document together describing, even though the vaccine was ready for approval in an older population or the adult population, that it would conduct further studies to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of the product in pediatric subjects. So that's the Pediatric Research Equity Act, PREA, that is a law that vaccine manufacturers and by implication FDA has to comply with. So we had to review the documents that Pfizer submitted delineating the type of subjects they would be conducting in pediatric studies they would be conducting in pediatric subjects. And that, of course, and this is what I stated in my email, was important because safety in younger populations is even more paramount than in older populations. I then asked her, you mentioned that the pediatric plan was becoming increasingly complex. What was complex and how did the FDA and your team adapt to those complexities? Dr. Gruber said, so by definition, pediatric subjects go until age 17, including age 17. And as we discussed earlier on this morning, we had become aware of data suggesting a risk of myocarditis. And this data became apparent because the vaccine was rolled out and the EUA. And of course, there were post-EUA surveillance systems in place by the CDC and the FDA. And they showed it was for myocarditis and pericarditis in younger adults, but also adolescents, young males, and 12 to 17-year-olds includes the pediatric population. So we had to discuss with the sponsor, that was Pfizer in this case, given that identified risk, what further studies did need to be conducted if we were to license the product in the post-marketing space to further assess that risk. And this is referred to as a post-marketing required studies. I asked her, and that is complex in a way different from prior vaccine approvals? Dr. Gruber replied, the difference was that we became aware of this risk of myocarditis. If there would not have been this information and this data, there would not have been a need to require Pfizer to conduct post-marketing required study to further evaluate the safety signal as the regulations prescribe. And so we also had to review proposed protocols for that further post-marketing required study. And that also comes with, they have to give us a date when they're going to initiate this trial, when they're going to conclude these studies. So this is where review activities were ongoing at that time. And I asked her, and that's part of the timeline that Dr. Marks was asking you to compress. Dr. Gruber said yes. So our counsel said, so it's fair to say that you were it had been raised, I'm sorry, our counsel asked, so that it's fair to say that it had been raised that to you that the data regarding myocarditis or the pericarditis side effects, you determined that based on the data before this July 19th meeting. Is that timeline accurate? Or could you elaborate on when you had found out about myocarditis side effect and relevance to this meeting? Dr. Gruber said, the vaccines were rolled out under EUA and the decision to authorize the Pfizer vaccine was made in December 2020. The FDA and the CD set in place post-EUA safety surveillance systems, and the vaccine was rolled out and administered to a large number of subjects in the United States. These safety surveillance systems picked up this risk of myocarditis, and of course, the sponsor was well aware of this group. So you mentioned that Dr. Marks and Dr. Woodcock both mentioned mandates, vaccine mandates to you. Is that something inside of FDA's purview? And should that be a consideration that you have to take into effect when you're deciding whether to issue a license or not? Dr. Gruber replied, I was never made aware that this is a requirement. And as a matter of fact, that subject had never come up in vaccine licensures before. So I asked her, so is that why you memorialized it in this letter, that they were mentioning mandates and this really wasn't part of your job? Dr. Gruber said yes. When you left, and you can see this on the slide here, she memorialized in an email that they were being pressured to license these vaccines so the mandates could happen. I asked her, when you left, who was appointed to take over your responsibilities? Dr. Gruber said, that's Dr. Marks. And who appointed him? Dr. Woodcock. So Dr. Gruber testified that further testing was required in order to approve the vaccine for children. Yet Dr. Marks and the FDA promoted EUA vaccine for use on children without properly testing it for safety and efficacy. The Biden administration was mandating the vaccine on the military and young people going to school despite a lack of testing and data, despite growing reports of vaccine injuries. This kind of decision-making by the administrative state is concerning. The FDA should not have approved the vaccine for children, EUA or otherwise, without proper testing. Injury from COVID vaccination is real. The New York Times recently profiled several people who, in the prime of their lives, suffered from vaccine injury. Had the risks been known or shared, many of these injuries could have been prevented. Dr. Woodcock says she is disappointed in herself for this, as she should be. It's our job in Congress to oversee government agencies. When agents of the administrative state are not doing their job, they must be held accountable. This hearing will give us an opportunity to discuss this with an eye toward legislative reform. Think about this. Right when they were getting the warnings that myocarditis and pericarditis were real and serious side effects to the vaccine, and they had already agreed, the top scientists at FDA had already agreed to compress the schedule as much as possible. Right when they got the message that there were serious side effects, and Peter Marks, instead of telling them, we're going to give you more time to study this, he told them to compress the schedule even more. And when they said that compressing the schedule was not possible, he fired them. He took them off the job, assigned them to other duties. The top vaccine officials who've been there for 30 years, taken off the job because they wanted more time to study the effects of the vaccines, and they were told that they needed to do this quickly because they needed to be mandated. With that, I yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
I want to thank the chairman for holding this most important hearing. And let me start by saying that vaccines are a true miracle. They have saved at least 150 million lives in the last 50 years. Their development represents the best of human ingenuity, and it is no more evident than with the development of the COVID-19 vaccines, which began under former President Trump with his successful Operation Warp Speed and was carried through by President Biden. And my hat's off to the great scientists who created these vaccines and the leaders at the FDA and CDC who made the brave decisions to get them out to people as quickly as possible while still making sure that vaccine shots were safe and effective. People have worked tirelessly over the years to monitor the safety of these vaccines, and they've learned from this, constantly improving their knowledge and applying it quickly. They faced an almost impossible task of battling an emerging, devastating, and rapidly changing crisis. They fought through exhaustion and disappointment, and they explored every avenue to combat this killing machine. Facing unprecedented circumstances, they did what we all try to do, to make the best, the most rational decisions with the information in front of all of us. And time has proven that they made the right decisions, and those decisions saved millions of American lives. Does that mean mistakes were not made? Of course not. Can lessons be learned? Absolutely. But yet, hyper-focusing on the potential misstatements that may undermine the critical, important work that has been done is not the answer. In fact, in the US alone, between December 2020 and November 2022, the COVID vaccine saved more than 3.2 million lives and kept more than 18.5 million people out of hospitals. These are just numbers, folks. These are real people. These are friends, family, neighbors that are healthy and alive today. In this hearing, I am reminded of the darkest days of the pandemic. The fear and anxiety watching COVID virus take so many people from us. Over 1.1 million to date. And I remember the morgues overflowing with bodies, the emergency rooms packed, and doctors, nurses, and other medical professionals exhausted emotionally and physically. And like all of you at home, I worried about my children, my wife, and my elderly father at home. My wife is an OB-GYN doctor, working the emergency room. She treated women in the ER room, walking in patients, walk-in patients she'd never seen before. This is before the COVID vaccine. She did her job, delivering babies in the middle of pandemic. My wife was part of the happiness and joy felt by parents when they see the birth of a healthy child. The arrival of the first vaccination shots brought a wave of relief, a hope that many lives would be spared from such a horrible and tragic death. And I heard from friends how relieved they were when they actually got the vaccine. And of course, the vaccines were not a cure-all, but they vastly improved America's chances of survival. We should not make the perfect the enemy of the good. And make no mistake, in my opinion, this hearing should be about transparency and the decisions made by the FDA and the CDC under very difficult, high-pressure, constantly changing circumstances. I am all in favor of transparency, but in my opinion today, this hearing is really about vaccines. Vaccines themselves. It contrasts to those who support science and understand and appreciate the life-saving value of vaccines and those who don't. Today, we're going to hear a lot of information and a lot of misinformation. Misinformation, the kind that causes unwarranted angst and leads some well-intended people and parents to avoid vaccines for themselves and their children. During the pandemic, Americans were told by some doctors to take ivermectin, the drug used to kill parasites, or hydrochloroquine. Let me say that again, hydrochloroquine, even if it became clear that they provided no benefits. Some also suggested exploring remedies like injecting bleach or inhaling hydrogen peroxide. And people were falsely told that vaccines were unsafe, ineffective, caused infertility, and would increase the likelihood of their deaths or kill them. Fortunately, most Americans didn't listen to this misinformation. And most disturbingly, some medical professionals made gross misstatements, suggesting that vaccines were worthless because they didn't completely stop the infections, they knowing full well that the vaccines were designed to prevent the worst outcomes by reducing severe disease, hospitalization, and death. These vaccines successfully reduce the transmissions by reducing the infection rates. Yet these same people wrongly argued that the waning protection meant they didn't work. They refused to admit that infection-induced immunity also waned, claiming previously infected people were immune, causing too many people to reject the vaccines. There are simply too many of these erroneously made statements to be repeated here today. This information has led to reduction in vaccinations, especially among children. And in my opinion, promoting misinformation is amoral, unethical, and deadly. The modern-day attack on vaccines began with the retracted and highly discredited paper linking autism to vaccines. As a result of the ensuing confusion, too many parents are now refusing to vaccinate their children. And as a parent, I understand the desire for answers and explanations when something bad happens to our children. It's heartbreaking, but reaching false conclusions can do real damage, including undermining the herd immunity that comes from a large percentage of our population being vaccinated. Herd immunity protects everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us, infants, the elderly, and the immune compromised. As a society and human beings, we owe them protection, and that is why we need vaccinations. Just one example, the surge in outbreaks of measles, a highly contagious virus that can cause death and many other dangers. In this country, we've gone from nearly 500,000 measles cases in 1963, before the vaccine was approved, to under 100 in recent years. In 2000, the year 2000, measles were declared eradicated in the United States. But that could reverse as falling vaccination numbers have made measles outbreaks much more common. One of the worst outbreaks of measles in modern times occurred right in my hometown of Anaheim, California, in the year 2014. In that year, hundreds of people got measles, with many hospitalized. And in 2019, one of the worst years in record since vaccinations become commonplace, there were more than 1,200 measles cases reported, with 90% of the patients being either unvaccinated or who had an unknown vaccination status. And 10% of those were hospitalized. There have been 11 outbreaks reported since 2024 alone. And for those who think that measles isn't serious, please talk to your local doctor. Nothing in life is without risk, including vaccines, but the benefits of vaccinations outweigh the risks to society as a whole. We have created programs to deal with vaccine risks. Of the 5 billion plus immunizations given since 2006, let me repeat, of the 5 billion immunizations given since 2006, there have been 8,600 compensation cases, of which 5,300 were settlements awarded by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, using our relatively low standards since VICP erred on the side of compensation. Mr. Chair, I see today's hearing as an opportunity to right some of the wrongs that occurred during the pandemic, to shine a light on the misinformation about vaccines, and specifically the COVID-19 vaccine. We should applaud the outstanding work initially under former President Trump's orders and then carried through under President Biden, done by our scientists in our federal agencies, as well as other institutions and companies that brought us these life-saving treatments in record time. We have the responsibility to all Americans to shoot down conspiracy theories, misstatements that can cause grave harm to the American people, especially those that are most vulnerable, our young, our children, and elderly, and those immune compromised. And today, I'm here to do my part. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and with that, I yield.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Correa, and now I recognize Mr. Jordan for his opening statement.
I thank the chairman for all his hard work on this issue and for this hearing. The ranking member just used the term misinformation a couple times in his opening statement. I'll give you misinformation. Misinformation is when the government told us that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus. Misinformation is when the government told us the vaccinated can't transmit the virus. Misinformation is when the government told us masks work. Misinformation is when the government said 6 feet social distance is based on science. Misinformation is when the government told us it wasn't gain of function done in the lab in Wuhan, China. And misinformation is when the government said it has to be, can't be from the lab, it has to be a bat to a pangolin to a hippopotamus to people, and then we all get COVID, right? That's misinformation from our government to the citizens. We're big boys and girls. Give us the stinking truth. And that's what this hearing's about. Why was it so important to get the licensure for the vaccine? Why? Because they wanted to mandate it on the people. Mandate a vaccine they lied to us about. They wanted to mandate it on the people. And so what did they do? They had 2 good doctors working in our government. Dr. Krause and Dr. Gruber said, wait a minute. We should follow the rules. We should follow the process. We shouldn't speed it up just because you want to mandate something on the American people that you told us things about that were not accurate. Let's follow the process like they always did. These were the 2 doctors who always handled this. And what did they do? They kicked them to the curb. They said, no, you're not doing it fast enough. The Biden administration wants to mandate the vaccine on our military and on businesses all across this country. And so they got kicked to the curb. And they sped this thing up, and maybe people were harmed because of it. And I'm not against vaccines. I wasn't against this vaccine. All I'm saying is let's do it right. And oh, by the way, let's not have good doctors like Dr. Vaughn change how they treat their patients for some political agenda driven by the government who misinformed the citizens about this pandemic. That's why this hearing is important. I yield back to the chairman.
I want to be clear, today's hearing is not an anti-vaccine hearing.
Of course it's not.
Today's hearing is about what we need to do to restore faith in our public health institutions like CDC and FDA. And the misinformation and the skipping of steps does not give trust to these organizations. Another piece of misinformation is that natural immunity isn't real. Now, I see that votes have been called. I'm going to recognize the ranking member for his opening statement, and we're told that they are going to gavel down on this first vote at 20 minutes. So anybody that wants to get a head start, go ahead. And after the ranking member delivers his statement, we'll take a brief recess. I yield to Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're here to explore another Republican conspiracy theory grounded in misinformation that places ideology over facts. It is the result of yet one more so-called investigation by the majority that has borne no fruit, despite consuming many months and untold hours of staff time, as well as the time of our federal agencies, not to mention many wasted taxpayer dollars. But just because their latest fishing expedition has turned up no evidence of wrongdoing does not mean that it is harmless. In fact, it is quite the opposite. By attempting to undermine confidence in the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines, their unsupported and disproven claims have real and devastating consequences to the health of our nation. Vaccine hesitancy is now growing, not just for COVID vaccines, but for other life-saving vaccines like RSV, measles, flu, and even polio. Let's remember how we got here. As of this week, 7 million people worldwide have died of COVID-19, including 1.1 million Americans. In January 2021, when President Biden took office, the COVID-19 pandemic was hitting its deadliest peak so far, with over 3,000 Americans dying every day. By February 2021, more Americans had died of COVID-19 than had died on the battlefields of World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War combined. Thanks to President Biden's and congressional Democrats' decisive action on COVID, 3.2 million additional deaths from COVID-19 were prevented, 18.5 million additional hospitalizations were prevented, and $1.15 trillion in medical costs were avoided. These interventions saved lives. Let me say that again, vaccines against COVID-19 saved lives. But instead of accepting the overwhelming consensus of our nation's scientists and doctors, the majority has wasted 14 months trying to undermine the nation's confidence in these vaccines and to prove that they were rushed for political reasons. The mountain of evidence shows that they were not. In particular, they have alleged that the FDA bowed to political pressure and compromised its review of the Pfizer vaccine. But every witness they brought in as part of this investigation testified that it underwent a complete, thorough, and scientifically rigorous review. They made clear that the FDA did not approve the vaccine until it ensured that it was safe, effective, and of high quality. And their claims of so-called political pressure from President Biden to authorize booster shots for all Americans by September 2021, that didn't happen either. In fact, the FDA did not authorize booster shots for everyone until November 2021, after they concluded a complete and thorough review. Don't take my word for it. This is what the majority's own witnesses told them when they were interviewed. Dr. Peter Marks, the director of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research at the FDA, said, quote, "There were no corners cut with respect to safety or effectiveness or quality of these vaccines." Dr. Marion Gruber, former director of the Office of Vaccines Research and Review at the FDA, said that when the vaccines were authorized for emergency use in late 2020, quote, "I had confidence that the requirements as laid out by statute were met, and as I said before, may be effective and the known and potential benefits would outweigh the known and potential risks." Dr. Philip Krause, former deputy director of the Office of Vaccines Research and Review at the FDA, and a witness here today, said, quote, "It turned out the vaccines blew away those criteria. The vaccines were about 95% effective, and the lower bound was in the high 80s or even above 90% for one of the vaccines. And so the public could have very high confidence that those vaccines worked," close quote. Despite the rigorous and independent assessment by the FDA in reviewing these vaccines, the majority is providing a platform today to those who seek to perpetuate its campaign of mis- and disinformation about COVID-19 vaccines. It is bad enough that they are trying to undermine confidence in vaccines that were essential in bringing an end to the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. But their efforts have a far more pernicious impact. They are weakening support for a wide range of vaccines that have kept Americans safe for decades. Vaccines for measles, RSV, flu, polio, and for many other dangerous infectious diseases have been proven over and over again to be safe and effective. But a determined campaign against them have led to declining rates of vaccination throughout the nation. For example, after holding steady for a decade, routine vaccination rates for kindergartners have not yet rebounded to their pre-pandemic levels. This puts us all at risk. Congress has heard evidence time and again that these vaccines are safe and effective. We know that vaccinations reduce mortality rates, but instead of promoting public health guidance based on science and facts, House Republicans have joined efforts to spread misinformation with utter disregard for the health and well-being of their constituents. I urge my colleagues to retreat from this dangerous path. I thank the witnesses for appearing today, and I yield back my time.
Thank the ranking member. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We're going to recess now for votes on the floor, and please come back as soon as those votes are over. We'll start when we return with the introduction of witnesses. Committee now stands in recess. Committee will come to order. We'll now introduce today's witnesses. Dr. Philip Kraus is a physician with board certification in internal medicine and infectious diseases. He's an MD with a degree from Yale University. He has a master's in business administration from Florida State University, a master's of science degree in computer science from University of Illinois, a bachelor's of science degree in mathematics and computer science from University of Illinois. He previously served as the deputy director of the FDA's Office of Vaccines Research and Review, where he led assessments of biological products for evaluation and licensure, and helped to oversee the development of evaluation of vaccines authorized and licensed in the United States over the past 10 years. Mr. Aaron Seary is the managing partner of Seary and Glimstad, where he focuses on complex civil litigation matters with a focus on civil rights, class actions, and commercial litigation. He has successfully litigated numerous civil rights cases involving informed consent and parental rights with regard to mandated medical products. Dr. Jordan Vaughn is a physician and clinical researcher and the founder and president of the Microvascular Research Foundation. The Microvascular Research Foundation works to develop effective research-based treatment protocols for patients suffering from long COVID. Dr. Vaughn has extensive experience in the outpatient treatment of patients with COVID-19. Dr. Andrew Pavia is the George and Esther Gross Presidential Professor, Chief of the Division of Pediatric Infectious Diseases, and an adjunct professor of medicine at the University of Utah. He also serves as Director of Hospital Epidemiology at Primary Children's Medical Center. Dr. Pavia served as an advisor to the CDC and Utah Department of Health on COVID-19, and he is a member of the NIH COVID-19 Treatment Guidelines Panel, where he was the pediatric team lead. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Dr. Kraus, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Massey and Ranking Member Correa, for the opportunity to share my experience and views today. My name is Philip Kraus, and I worked at the FDA for 30 years until fall 2021. While for the last 10 years of those years, I was the Deputy Director of FDA's Office of Vaccines and was the highest-ranking infectious diseases physician in the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. I also worked in many other roles at FDA and can provide the perspective both of a review team member and of a leader. FDA decisions regarding vaccines should be, and almost always are, based on the recommendations of objective review teams with members who possess high levels of technical and scientific expertise, and are led by highly experienced supervisors who make sure that a tried and true process that sets high standards for making science-based decisions is followed. These remarkable individuals often accept substantially reduced pay to work for the government, but they reap great rewards in the knowledge they're using their skills to contribute to a critical mission, that of enhancing and protecting the health of the American people. And it is their mostly anonymous work that the agency's reputation for safe and reliable vaccines is built upon. And it was such a team that worked around the clock to responsibly evaluate the COVID vaccines for initial authorization, bringing us vaccines that clearly saved many lives. In December of 2020, both Republicans and Democrats professed high levels of trust in the FDA to provide reliable and fair information about the COVID vaccines. But as the pandemic continued, trust was lost. We're here today to discuss why that trust was lost and what can be done to restore it. As a starting point, we should all agree that the credibility of the FDA comes from objectivity, adherence to process, adherence to standards, and transparency. And we can also agree that political influence can result in departures from these principles, and even the perception of political influence can undermine trust in the agency. Especially during a pandemic, it is not surprising that political leaders would seek to influence the work of the agency. In my experience, neither political party has a monopoly on this. But in my view, political leaders do not think enough about the damage to the public health system that this type of pressure can cause. This places agency leaders, whether political or career, in a difficult situation. They're conflicted between their duty to implement the will of the administration and their obligation to the agency and the public to maintain the agency's credibility, even beyond their tenure. In my written testimony, I summarize examples where the basic principles of objectivity, adherence to process, adherence to standards, and transparency were violated. Some of these examples come from the COVID pandemic, but others predate the pandemic, which suggests that the loss of trust that came about during COVID may have deeper systemic roots. All of the examples I provide, including one from just last week, involve a senior leader interfering with the usual review process or single-handedly overruling the scientific recommendations of review teams. This pits the senior leader's individual technical expertise against the entire process that is designed to yield results in which the public can have confidence. In other words, while there may be expertise on both sides, the system is set up to permit hierarchy to overrule science. As I also discussed in my written testimony, while there is an appeal process in place that allows members of the review team to appeal the decision within that agency, the appeal process is ineffective. There needs to be a stronger and more credible internal dispute resolution process. But ideally, disputes would be addressed even before a review team is overruled. This problem could be partially addressed by establishing procedures whereby the senior leader can only overrule review teams on technical grounds with the support of outside experts. A separate suggestion involves providing increased transparency regarding emergency use authorizations, or EUAs. In a pandemic, EUAs provide flexibility that allows the agency to make life-saving products available even if they do not meet the standard for licensure. But EUAs for different products are authorized with different levels of rigor, and it is essential for stakeholders to understand the actual standard that the product has met. I suggest that FDA EUA review memoranda be required to provide this clarity by including a detailed explanation not only of why it's reasonable to believe the product may be effective and that the risks outweigh the benefits, but also an explanation of what additional data would be needed to license the product. I look forward to exploring these issues and those described in my written statement, as well as in my transcribed interview in this hearing, and I thank you very much, Mr. Massey and Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Dr. Kraus. I now recognize Dr. Vaughn for 5 minutes. Please start your
Thank you, Chairman Massey and Ranking Member Correa. I'm Jordan Vaughn. I'm an internist in Birmingham, Alabama, and as an outpatient clinician, 2020 presented a broad set of challenges, specifically as an employer of around 200 healthcare workers and responsible for approximately 150,000 patients. My company had to set out and do the right thing. And as a community, we solved the problems of a lot of things in regards to how to take care of people with COVID, doing things like test and then getting them monoclonal antibodies immediately upon testing positive if they met criteria, to the number of about 10,000 monoclonal doses, all the way to making sure that the regular care of my patients was taken care of on a daily basis for patients with diabetes and other such things. This task required me to spend a lot of time learning a lot about what was the pathogen. And it was in this reading that an understanding of kind of SARS-CoV-2 and specifically the spike protein emerged, an understanding that seemed to counter the emerging solutions from the experts in the federal agency, pharmaceutical companies, and academic medicine. Based on my reading and clinical experience, what made COVID-19 especially unique and deadly was the spike protein. Spike protein, specifically the S1 subunit of this protein, is pathogenic. It's immunotoxic, it's cytotoxic, it's coagulopathic, it's amyloidogenic. It's every word you probably don't want to be associated with whatever disease somebody tells you about. The proposed solution was a novel mechanism of injecting lipid-nanoparticle-coated modified messenger RNA that encoded for a stabilized form of this very thing. And that at first worried me, mainly because of the people that actually had already had COVID. So at that point, I felt that one of the things that I did was actually I had probably one of the largest reference labs there in the outpatient setting, and I had a machine that actually told me who actually was seropositive for COVID before a vaccine was given. But as I started to give the vaccine, I started to notice that some of my patients had some interesting side effects. My first encounter was a 69-year-old patient of mine who'd been my patient for about 10 years. He developed a significant short of breath, elevated BNP, elevated D-dimer, and as much as I wanted to think he had a pulmonary embolism, he didn't based on the CT scan that was done. Instead, again, driving me back into the research that was available thanks to the National Library of Medicine, I was able to find out that the coagulopathic effects of the spike protein can cause something like this, started him on anticoagulants and antiplatelets, and was able to get him better, which was kind of started my journey. Though often called long COVID, is the other thing I want to talk about. It's really the devastating effects of the spike protein to multiple systems, and it's changing the landscape of a lot of the medical disciplines. The cardiologists are seeing it, the neurologists are seeing it. They really don't know what to do with it. Since 2022, after my early encounter with the unique vascular and coagulation issues with the spike protein, I've seen over about 2,000 unique patients. All of them have sequela from a COVID-19 injection, a SARS-CoV-2 infection, or unfortunately, most often both. Especially in those with vaccine injury, their faith in medicine and public health is shattered. Many of those patients were holdouts from getting vaccinated because they knew their own immune system sensitivities or they had already had an infection of COVID. One of the ways that I had actually pointed it out to them because I actually had the serum samples that could prove their antibody evidence. However, it was under the August 2021 military service member, federal employee, and OSHA mandate that these individuals faced a decision to either vaccinate against their conscience and common sense or lose a career in gainful employment. Disabled from the adverse effects of these mandated injections, the profession they once held dear is an afterthought to just hoping to diagnose and to a diagnosis and possible treatment. Among the most egregious is kind of our service members needlessly harmed. Actually, my nurse practitioner, her husband is in the military, went to West Point. And so we have a very good connection with the military in Birmingham. And the amount of young individuals that following the injection had significant issues like shortness of breath, myocarditis, or basically are now being medically discharged because they're unable to complete their physical requirements in the military is fairly devastating. At least in my clinic, it's 30 individuals. My main area of clinical expertise happens to be on the coagulation effects. I actually was able to reach out and meet Risa Pretorius and Doug Kell, and actually am able to look at what the spike protein can do to plasma, causing fibrin to aggregate, and aggregate in a way that makes it very hard to break down. And it causes a lot of issues that are difficult for physicians to look at, is because the small vessels are usually where it's affected. It's not the big vessels that we target. So it's really the federal regulatory bodies, including the FDA, that we task this to be forthright, unbiased, and responsive to the efficacy and evolving evidence of risk and consequence. A watchdog and overseer of the pharmaceutical industry, instead the FDA's director of a CBER, advertised and advocated on YouTube for a product they were tasked with regulating and overseeing. I thought that was inappropriate because in the same way, informed consent is the foundation of the patient-physician relationship, and absent this information forthcoming, that relationship's irreparably harmed. So when we talk about vaccine hesitancy, a lot of it is just the relationship between the physician and the doctor has now been broken. So in closing, I often think back to something I read a few years ago about following science. Over the past few years, we've heard media, public health officials, and politicians use the phrase follow the science. The problem with following the science is that science does not lead anywhere. Science is an observer, measurer, and descriptor, not a leader. Individuals lead. Pressing science to lead is a way decision makers avoid accountability for choices they make on the public's behalf. The leader is appealing to the authority of science to decide a course of action to conveniently sidestep accountability in the event of failure. I implore my physicians and scientists to not follow the science, but lead humbly with science for the good of our patients.
Thank you, Dr. Vaughn. Mr. Siri, you're now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning. As mentioned earlier, I'm the managing partner of Siri & Glimstad. While our firm has a number of practices, we have a vaccine practice with over 40 professionals. We do all areas of vaccination law, including injury, exemptions, policy work. When we litigate a case involving vaccines, we cannot appeal to our credentials. We must prove our points with high-impact data and high-impact journal sources, often government data. I believe it's from that perspective I was invited to speak here today, and I believe that what I can provide is maybe a sense of the forest, so to speak, that is the tree of this hearing, in that COVID vaccines didn't just fall into a vacuum. They fell into a very well-established economic and regulatory model that has developed over the last 40 years with regards to vaccines in the United States of America. When you look at the clinical trials for COVID-19 vaccines, I'm sure that the FDA CBER department, the biologics division, views them as robust because indeed, from the perspective of all the vaccines on the CDC's childhood schedule, they are incredibly robust. Comparatively, most of the vaccines on the CDC childhood schedule were licensed based on pivotal trials in which safety was monitored for days or weeks. There was no placebo control group, and the number of participants was far less than that in the COVID-19 vaccine trial. But in comparison to the clinical trials for drugs, the COVID-19 vaccine trials were anemic. Most drugs are often licensed on clinical trials that are multi-year against a placebo control group. You might ask yourself why? Why the differential? And to confirm what I said, by the way, you can look at my submission. Every single vaccine, there's a table, cites to the FDA source, so you can see exactly the trial. Why the divide? Well, I put to you the divide is a function of the laws of the regulatory regime around vaccines in this country. When a drug company does a trial of a drug, they have an economic incentive to know the safety profile before it goes on the market because they are liable for the injuries those products cause thereafter. They want to make a profit. They don't want to lose money. But when they conduct a vaccine clinical trial, because of the National Childhood Injury Act of 1986, since 1986, the manufacturers, the sponsors who conduct the clinical trials, not the FDA, the sponsors who conduct clinical trials, they don't have that economic incentive. That creates an incredible moral hazard on the part of the pharmaceutical companies. And I believe that that is the primary reason you see a huge delta between the trials relied upon to license COVID vaccines and drugs. Could you put that chart back up, please, again, one more time, that I just saw flash on the screen? The next one, please. Nope, back to. Well, it's in my submission, and it was the second slide I provided, and it showed the difference between, keep going, to, if you keep going, two more, one more. Thank you. So you could see on the left side, these are the top 5 selling drugs that Pfizer has according to one publication. And you could see 4 of them are drugs, one's a vaccine. And you could see the difference between the safety follow-up of the drugs versus the one vaccine on that chart. And then you could see the safety follow-up and the control used for the vaccines given in the first 6 months of life 3 times each. So the primary way we assure safety in this country is market forces, economic interest corporations. That has worked very well. But the only product I'm aware of where we have gutted that market force that assures safety is for vaccines to this degree. The second, far weaker way that we assure safety is through regulators. And in this instance, unfortunately, regulators are structurally conflicted. When there is an agency that's responsible for promoting a product and for safety, we separate that. We do that with transportation, with the DOT and the NTSB. We do that with nuclear energy, but we don't do that with vaccines. Safety and promotion are both in HHS, the same department. Not only that, HHS is responsible for defending against all claims of vaccine injury in the vaccine injury compensation program. You can't sue for a vaccine injury. You just sue the federal government. You sue the federal health authorities. And that creates an incredible conflict. This is the only product I'm aware of where the government defends the company, the product, against the consumer versus the other way around. What is the result? I'll go super quick. The result that you can see it in action, I'll give a few examples. When they did the clinical trial for COVID-19 vaccines, they did a statistical comparison when they compared the rate of infection to get the 95% efficacy. About 100 people in the vaccinated group, the placebo group had symptoms, about 7 or so in the vaccinated group. They said it's 95% efficacious. But when it came to deaths in the COVID-19 trial, there were 21 deaths in the vaccinated group, 17 deaths in the placebo group. Then they didn't do a statistical comparison. They injected bias. They let the pharma company, Pfizer, review every one of those. Also, our client, Maddie DeGarry, one of the only 1,100 or so participants in the 12 to 15-year-old clinical trial. She's in a wheelchair. She had a feeding tube after she got the second shot of Pfizer's vaccine in the trial. Pfizer reported it to the FDA as functional abdominal pain, that she had a tummy ache. When we told Pfizer about it, when we told the FDA about it, and they finally actually listened, it took numerous letters, they shrugged and whitewashed it, instead of giving Pfizer an incredibly hard time for giving them false information. VAERS data, the CDC had a preset method by which they were going to do signal detection called PRR. Well, when we finally got the PRR data, it showed incredible signals. So what did the CDC do? It said, we're not going to rely on that anymore. Instead, we're going to rely on something the FDA does called empirical Bayesian analysis, EB analysis. Well, we asked the FDA for that data. They refused to give it. We're in a federal lawsuit trying to get it. vSafe is the CDC's premier safety system for vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines. They fought us for 2 years in federal court. We finally got that data. And that system of 10 million individuals, and I will stop. I will yield, and I will just end by saying that I submit that in looking at the forest to solve a lot of the ills that plague what we're going to talk about today is we need to restore liability back to the manufacturers. We need to be able to hold them accountable for the injuries from their vaccine products. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and now I'll recognize Dr. Pavia, and if you want a little extra time, you're welcome to take it as well. Thank you.
Chairman Massey, Ranking Member Correa, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a pediatric and adult infectious disease physician, or ID doc, and I worked for countless hours caring for hospitalized children who were severely ill with COVID-19, as well as working on healthcare safety and advising decision makers and leaders. Like all healthcare workers, I saw way too much tragedy and heartbreak, and thankfully, I saw firsthand the significant differences our COVID-19 vaccines made. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective in greatly reducing the risk of serious illness, hospitalization, and death from the virus. They also reduce the risk of long COVID and multisystem inflammatory syndrome, or MIS-C, which is a very serious and potentially lethal complication that affects children after infection. COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective by reducing COVID-19 hospitalizations and protecting healthcare workers. The vaccines help preserve our health system's capacity to care for patients. During surges of cases and hospitalizations, patients died in part because our healthcare workforce was overwhelmed. There were simply not enough providers to meet the extraordinary demands, and workforce shortages only became worse when any of us became ill. The COVID-19 vaccines were studied in large, multi-center clinical trials and rigorously evaluated by the FDA, CDC, and both agencies' independent advisory bodies before being rolled out through authorization. And every medical product carries some degree of risk, and so it is for vaccines. But compared to other medical products, vaccines are exceedingly safe. Health problems do occur, and unlike what Mr. Siri said, there's a robust system for overlapping tools to investigate safety that continues for the entire lifespan of the vaccine, long after review by the FDA. Multiple careful investigations have identified some issues, but consistently found that serious adverse events associated with COVID vaccination are uncommon and greatly outweighed by the huge benefits of these vaccines. In September 2021, the FDA expanded the EUA for COVID-19 vaccines to include a booster for certain populations at high risk of developing severe illness. Data were clear that the boosters were safe and provided an enhanced immune response, and at that point, it was clear that the original two-dose vaccine's protection waned over time. It was a challenging decision to make in the fall of 2021. However, that winter, the Omicron variant swept across the country. Our hospitals were overwhelmed, and for about 8 weeks, more than 20,000 Americans died every week of COVID-19. Without the boosters, that death toll could have been higher. The benefits of vaccines for COVID and many other infectious diseases are tremendous. The Commonwealth Fund estimated that COVID vaccines saved the lives of 3.5 million Americans. CDC estimates that vaccination of children born between 1994 and 2021 in the U.S. will have prevented 472 million illnesses, helped avoid over 1 million deaths, and saved nearly $2.2 trillion. Unfortunately, the increasing spread of vaccine misinformation and disinformation is a driver of increased vaccine hesitancy. And in 2019, the World Health Organization identified vaccine hesitancy as one of the top 10 threats to human health. An uptake of vaccines for respiratory disease among adults has lagged in recent years due in part to vaccine hesitancy fueled by this misinformation. An inadequate vaccine uptake for these viruses leads to higher rates of hospitalization and death. In the winter, This past winter, 2,000 to 2,500 people died weekly due to COVID-19. 25,000 deaths occurred over the winter due to flu, and 178 children died of influenza. Similarly, rates of routine child immunizations are dropping. In 12 states, measles vaccine coverage is now critically low at below 90%. The consequence of inadequate vaccination rates are serious. So far in 2024, the U.S. has seen 151 measles cases compared to only 58 in 2023. And measles, for those who haven't seen it, is a severe disease and incredibly contagious. It kills about 1 in every 1,000 children or pregnant women who contract it, and it causes serious disability in another 1 to 2 per 1,000. And it can cost tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to contain and respond to a single introduction of measles. We must take steps to increase vaccine confidence and uptake by funding research and strategies to address vaccine hesitancy, to continue to monitor safety, to improve communication, and improve vaccine coverage for vaccines. We need to recruit more physicians, particularly ID physicians with expertise on vaccines and vaccine-preventable diseases. The single greatest source of information for patients in making these decisions is their physician or healthcare provider. Unfortunately, nearly 80% of U.S. counties don't have a single ID physician, and because of high medical student debt and low reimbursement rates, we are not recruiting enough into the specialty. IDSA welcomes the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pavia. The committee will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little curious, Dr. Kraus, about the timeline on and the hurry you talk about in your testimony. Do I have this right that the vaccine had been approved for emergency use, if you will, in December of 2020, and then we go around into roughly was it May? Yeah, May 16th, when the license application from Pfizer came in for the license to actually sell it under on the approved basis. So during that period of time between December of 2020 and May of 2021, is my understanding correct that we had some 260 million people vaccinated? Because when President Biden stepped up in front of the nation in September after the rushed, I'll call it rushed, approval of the Pfizer vaccine, he alludes to 80 million people who had not been vaccinated. Do those numbers sound right? I don't see them in your report. I'm just curious. The reason I'm asking is because you talk about the pressure that was put on you and eventually resulted in your resignation to hurry up and get this done. And yet, how many people had already been vaccinated?
So I don't know the exact numbers, and so I can't dispute your calculation, but certainly a large number of people had already been vaccinated because the vaccine was made available under emergency use authorization, as you say, starting in December of 2020.
The president lectures the nation in September 11th of 2021 after the forced, the hurried, the accelerated, whatever the right word for it is. What word would you use in that process that you described so clearly in your testimony? Was it rushed?
Well, so the process, as I think it was Mr. Correa or Mr. Nadler pointed out, was actually a process that thoroughly evaluated the vaccine for licensure in the end. The question, obviously, was more one of what did the leadership of FDA want and what was it possible to promise them. And so the leadership of FDA requested that the vaccine, that the office leadership, Dr. Gruber and I, provide them with a date by which we were certain that we could complete the review.
And you did, and it was then, they didn't accept it. They wanted it more quickly than the date that you suggested, even though the date you suggested was about half of the normal 6 months required.
That's correct. They initially actually accepted a date that was beyond that, and then they also initially accepted the September 15th date, but then they came back and said, well, actually, we would like this to be sped up even more.
Right, you suggest in your testimony that there was some use of the term mandate in those discussions?
Well, in the main discussion with Drs. Woodcock and Marks, they cited mandates along with the need to increase confidence in the vaccine, which they thought would occur if the vaccine was licensed versus merely authorized, as well as concern that there would be increased number of cases in the fall, as reasons why the licensure should be sped up.
Yet that's not what really, it appears that the president was concerned about, President Biden, in September 11th in his remarks. It appears that he was more concerned about the economy. He wasn't concerned about anything beyond that. He was saying, if we don't get everybody vaccinated, my economy may not be in the shape that I want it. And therefore, let's mandate it and force it upon those 80 million recalcitrant folk that don't want to take this vaccine. And that will get the economy back in shape. I don't have to worry about my reelection or whatever. I'm adding words that he didn't say. What I'm saying is he did refer to the economy. And so I'm just trying to get at what was the reason for the mandate when we already had this massive amount of people vaccinated? That's the question.
And of course, the vaccine was still available to everybody who wanted it. So I can't speculate as to what the politicians were thinking, but I do agree that if one looks at all the evidence, there was some significant circumstantial evidence that a desire to implement mandates likely had something to do with the speeding up of the review timeline.
Right. It seems to me that we have those review times for a reason, and it appears to me that they were not applied here, and there was a reason for folks to be concerned about the process. That's why I'm happy for the hearing today, and perhaps we can suggest to the folks on the other side of the aisle that looking into what actually happened makes sense. So we rebuild the trust that's necessary for this important part of our lives. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Oregon. I now recognize the ranking member from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Drs. Pravia and Dr. Kraus. I have a letter in front of me from a group of people advocating against COVID-19 mandate vaccine. I want to read a few statements from this letter that are a bit more medically nuanced and ask you, if you can, to answer either yes or no if you agree with these statements. I'm going to start out with Dr. Pavia. First statement, the vaccines are injuring and killing historically large number of people.
That's patently untrue.
The vaccines reduce the health of all vaccinated populations.
No evidence of that.
Antibody-dependent enhancements, or ADE, from the vaccines could cause millions of deaths.
That statement's untrue and was evaluated as a potential adverse event during the studies. Dr. Kraus could speak to that.
The risks of children dying from COVID is still statistically zero.
That one makes my blood boil, having seen children die. 1,700 children died of COVID, and that's probably an underestimate.
Dr. Kraus, I'm going to ask you the same questions. First statement, the vaccines are injuring and killing a historically large number of people. Yes, no?
I would say no, without knowing what historically large means.
Thank you. The vaccines reduce the health of all vaccinated populations.
I would say no.
Thank you. Antibody-dependent enhancement, or ADE, from the vaccine could cause millions of deaths.
That was a concern early in the development of the vaccines, but that was addressed with a number of different studies, and so I would say no.
Thank you. Finally, the risk of children dying from COVID is still statistically zero.
And there, of course, as Dr. Pavia points out, the answer to that is also no.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let me follow up another question. Dr. Pavia, you talked about the devastating consequences of misinformation on vaccines. We've declared that measles was eradicated in the year 2000, but now we have had several outbreaks of measles across the country, including in my district, my hometown of Anaheim, California. The first reported case was an unvaccinated child, but as a result, 131 Californians were infected and 16 people in other states, as well as 160 people in Canada, almost all unvaccinated. I am concerned that people do not understand how serious measles cases are, and disinformation campaigns impact so many people, including threatening pregnant women and infants. Can you comment?
The parents I speak to only want good information. They're trying to make the best decision. but they're confused and misled by huge amounts of information on the internet. If they have a chance to speak to their provider, they usually will make the decision to vaccinate their children. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now is that confusion often causes decision paralysis for parents, and that is making their children vulnerable to measles.
Confusion resulting because misinformation, conflicting information. We all want to do the best we can for our children, for our families. They get conflicting information, so essentially you have paralysis when it comes to these medical decisions.
You essentially have the problem of false equivalency. When you read something on Facebook, you don't know that that is different than well-run studies that involved hundreds of thousands of children. And so parents are understandably misled. Sometimes that misleading is actually intentional.
Why would that be intentional misleading?
Because there are people who believe passionately that vaccines are bad, that they're dangerous, and that they're part of a conspiracy to make money for Big Pharma.
Dr. Pavia, there's been a lot of discussion about the COVID-19 vaccines and boosters. I saw firsthand the fear and angst among doctors and patients before the vaccines arrived. It's clear to me that these vaccines are safe and effective and have saved many American lives. Do you believe vaccines save lives?
Absolutely.
Do you think that the government recommendations for vaccines were accurate and helped bring normal state of being in our lives?
The availability of vaccines helped get people back to work. It helped them survive the infection. It helped our economy get back on track. It was incredibly important.
Can you tell us about your experience with COVID, especially during the winter of 2021, and how that impacted the medical profession and your patients?
The winter of 21-22 is when the Omicron wave surged, and it really overwhelmed an exhausted workforce. It caused close to record levels of hospitalization and deaths, and at that point we had a decimated and exhausted workforce. So we saw patients dying of treatable illnesses like heart attacks because we couldn't get to them. We saw our adult hospital having to build an extra 50-bed emergency ICU to take the overflow. It was very helpful that our healthcare providers had gotten an additional dose of vaccine and felt more protected being able to come to work under those circumstances.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pavia. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is now recognized for 5
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue right where my colleague from California, Mr. Correa, left off. Dr. Kraus, is it fair to say that the Operation Warp Speed that led to a potential solution, one that was under a fairly unique FDA provisional license, a success in that it gave at least something for the most vulnerable who had nothing before that?
Yes, it was an enormous success.
And you'd all agree with that, no one's disagreeing. So we don't have a problem with the speed, the development, the funding, all the things that responded to this pandemic. But let's go a little further. We already heard earlier about basically rushing to get full approval. Was that inherently a shortcut that can lead to side effects not being fully understood in any medicine, not just in this one? Is that fair to say? Would all of you agree that rushing final approval is always a different question than getting an early drug? I'm one of the people that helped push for right to try, because I believe strongly that even when something has some unknown risk, those who are most going to be affected without it have a right to take that risk. So I'm seeing only yeses. Again, I want to...
Well, Mr.
Yes.
Perhaps I've lost my train of thought, sorry.
I'll come back to you on that. Because Mr. Carrera did such a good job, I don't want to eliminate the fact that we do need access to these, that many of the vaccines have in fact eradicated or virtually eradicated terrible diseases. But isn't it true that months and months and months after every member of the military was mandated to take this vaccine, months and months after we were told that this would stop the spread, months and months after we were actually discharging active duty military personnel who for religious reasons objected, that Pfizer's chief sat in Europe and when asked, does this stop the spread? Does it create this immunity from receiving it? He said, no, we never tested for that. Does anyone disagree with that being a fact?
I think that's partially correct. The vaccines decrease the risk of being infected less so than they do the risk of being hospitalized. If you're not infected, you can't spread. There are transmission studies that showed a decrease in transmission,
Right,
but it didn't prevent
Right,
transmission on an absolute
this,
level.
This statement shocked a lot of people who, as was intended, had developed a trust in this vaccine, a trust in the FDA. Isn't there one thing that we can all agree on, is that we need to make sure that we don't take shortcuts into a final approval that, for example, cause people in the administration and at the FDA and Dr. Fauci to make statements that, in retrospect, at least as said, are patently untrue. Doctor, you kindly said that if it reduces the side effects, it might, and probably does, somewhat reduce the transmission. It doesn't stop you from getting it, so it doesn't stop you from transmitting.
It does stop you from getting it, but over time that protection wanes and eventually becomes zero, and the virus continues to change.
Well, let me just challenge you for a moment on this. How many shots has the President of the United States had? If I'm correct, he's had at least 5 COVID shots.
I will take your word for it. I'm not his physician.
And a man who never gets out of the office practically has had COVID like 5 times. I mean, we have high-profile people who have taken all the shots, including the boosters, and they've demonstrated that they keep getting it. Doctor, am I inaccurate? Because I just follow the president has it, his key staff has it, this person has it. There does seem to be a belief that it stopped when Pfizer says it doesn't, and now people are saying, well, it immeasurably reduces. We can't quantify exactly how much, but we're going to assert that it does. Is that fair to be what's going on?
Well, the boosters do reduce the incidence of getting symptomatic COVID for some period of time after getting the booster, but that period of time is shorter than one would like it to.
So I'm going to close with just one question. If we gave everybody antibiotics all the time, wouldn't we somewhat reduce infection while in fact making otherwise bad decisions that anybody in the antibiotic business would say don't overprescribe? Is that fair to say, doctors? Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I'll recognize the ranking member of the full committee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Pavia, can you recount for us what your experience was like in early 2021 and the impact you saw at the ground level of increased vaccine availability in the face of the raging pandemic?
It was an incredibly difficult time, Mr. Nadler. People were dying, people were scared to go to work. The presence of the vaccine greatly helped with that. I had friends who worked as ICU nurses who saw people who were getting intubated who said, I wished I hadn't believed what I read on Facebook and had gotten the vaccine. So vaccine concerns were very understandable, and it's a human reaction to question them. But for many people, it proved to be a fatal decision.
Dr. Pavia, if I said to you that as of this week, COVID-19 has directly led to the death of over 7 million people worldwide, including 1.1 million Americans, would that sound right to you?
Those are the figures that have been calculated very carefully.
In dealing with an infectious disease like COVID-19, what are our best options for controlling the spread of the disease among the public and to our friends and family?
Well, we have a number of tools. None of them are perfect by themselves, so we use a layered defense. Vaccines prevent us from getting seriously ill and provide some protection against infection, particularly when we keep up with vaccines for the changing virus, avoiding going out when you're sick, wearing a mask when you're around vulnerable people. These are all the layers we have to use to try and control this disease.
You're saying that vaccines don't necessarily prevent you from getting the disease, but they do greatly reduce the seriousness of it if you get it.
So two things. One is they do reduce your risk of getting infected, but it's far from perfect. So after about 6 months, you have about a 30 to 50% reduced risk of getting infected. That's significant, but it's not great. But they have a much higher efficacy for protecting you from being hospitalized or dying.
So do you agree that vaccinating the public to slow and prevent the disease from spreading is a critical public health measure?
Absolutely.
Dr. Pavia, I hear often from my constituents about the fear they experienced caring for a young child with RSV over the past 2 winters. And I know that we must ensure that the most vulnerable among us, like the elderly, get their flu vaccines every year. Can you talk about the recent uptick in vaccine hesitancy and how that affects the cases you see every day as an infectious disease expert?
I'll use a slightly different example, Mr. Nadler. There's an infection called Haemophilus influenza type B that those of us over about 60 remember that used to cause life-threatening infections and meningitis in about 20,000 children each year. And we virtually eliminated that disease, drove it down to a few dozen cases a year with vaccine. With vaccine hesitancy, we're beginning to see small pockets of that really awful disease popping back up. So far, they haven't spread widely, and we really need to do everything we can to stop that.
Now, my colleagues across the aisle have accused President Biden of pressuring the FDA, but the truth is that President Trump is the one who called FDA regulators part of the deep state and wanted the FDA to have less rules about COVID vaccine authorization so that he could take credit for vaccines coming out before Election Day. Luckily, the scientific experts in the FDA's Office of Vaccines wouldn't compromise on American safety for Trump's political gain. Dr. Marion Gruber, the head of the Office of Vaccines at the time, told the committee that in her over a decade of work at the FDA, she had never before had an instance where a president commented on an FDA guidance document as Trump did. She testified, quote, "In Office of Vaccines, we were not willing to compromise any standards for safety and effectiveness in the interest of getting vaccine out even faster than we thought we could make them available," close quote. Dr. Krause, do you agree with Dr. Gruber's testimony that in 2020, the Office of Vaccines did not compromise the standards when authorizing the COVID vaccines for emergency use? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me ask one other question of Dr. Krause and Dr. Pavia. When I was a child, you couldn't go to kindergarten. You wouldn't be admitted unless you had certificates of vaccination on diphtheria, whooping cough, various other childhood diseases. Eventually, measles was added to that when we developed the vaccine for that. Do you think we should seriously enforce such a policy now, Dr. Krause?
For all vaccines?
Well, for childhood illness vaccines.
So I think for childhood illness vaccines that are highly contagious, it's very important to assure that the children who are going to school are not going to transmit those diseases to other children at school.
So it should be mandatory.
It should be mandatory in most cases, yes.
Dr. Pavia, same question.
I would agree that when a disease is highly transmissible and when not everyone can be protected by vaccines, having all children in school vaccinated is tremendous.
And just finally,
protection.
name some of the diseases you're talking about.
So measles, Haemophilus influenza, whooping cough, these are highly infectious diseases, varicella, and they used to cause tremendous impact on children. Polio would be another example. When you and I were growing up in New York, you couldn't go to the swimming pool because polio was spread and kids were ending up in iron lungs.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. Now, yield 5 minutes or recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Krause, before, I'm going to yield my time momentarily to the chairman, but you in response to Representative Issa, you lost your train of thought on something. I saw you writing after. Did you have a point you wanted to make that you couldn't in isolation that you'd like to make now?
Only that once a product isn't licensed, obviously following up on that product, once it is licensed, the follow-up doesn't end there. The FDA and the CDC continue to look at that. They continue to comb through various databases to understand if there are safety problems. And so I wasn't sure, Mr. Issa's question might have implied that once it was licensed, that stopped. And I just wanted to make sure the committee knew that these activities continue.
That's a helpful point. With that, I yield my time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. Dr. Krause, when you reviewed the Pfizer submission for the EUA or the BLA, did their studies, did their trials, were they geared to test whether the vaccine prevented transmission?
No, they were not.
Does the EUA, when you issue an EUA, is it also accompanied, or as part of that production, a list of things that the vaccine manufacturer can or can't say about what their vaccine does or its efficacy?
In general, that's the case both for EUA and for BLA, where the FDA not only regulates whether the product can be given to the public or made available to the public, but also regulates what statements can be made. And it's in the fact sheet for an EUA or the package insert for a licensed product that the claims that the FDA has vetted and agrees are correct need to be listed. And in fact, if a company makes an advertisement claiming something that has not been shown to be correct by the FDA's review, then they're breaking the rules.
They're breaking the laws, too.
The law, yes.
Yes. Sometimes we make a distinction here because laws are written by Congress and rules are made
Fair enough.
by the regulators sometimes. Did the FDA production ever say that the manufacturer was permitted to say that it reduces spread?
No, that was not part of the FDA review or the fact sheet.
Did you see in the media that there were at least politicians making that claim?
I did see that in the media, yes.
I'd like to show a video that Pfizer produced. This was an ad for, I believe it's for the boosters, maybe.
You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got the new updated booster, designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it?
Okay, that's good. Given that they weren't, this was an EUA product, is there anything missing from this ad? Does that seem like a compliant ad to you?
Well, normally advertisements of products include some disclaimers, of course, in places you go for more information or a suggestion that one talk with one's physician and so forth. So it does seem like something is missing here.
I'm going to ask you, Mr. Siri, was the FDA, not Dr. Krause, but was Dr. Marks aware of this video? And isn't his, not within Dr. Krause's subdivision, but within a subdivision under Peter Marks, aren't they responsible for policing these things? And did Dr. Marks know about this ad?
Absolutely. Our firm sent a letter to the FDA about this advertisement and others, including on Sesame Street, pointing out that they do not comply with the federal regulations and the federal law because even the EUA itself issued for the Pfizer COVID vaccine said that any time the EUA product was going to be promoted, there was a disclaimer that must be put on it saying, this has not been licensed as safe and effective. But nonetheless, that disclaimer, you do not see it on that advertisement. And when we pointed out to the FDA, they did not do anything about it. Even worse, the CDC itself actually violated the rule by promoting the vaccine as safe and effective when it was EUA. And we wrote a letter to the FDA saying, are you going to enforce your rules against the CDC? And the FDA never took action.
Wasn't it the case that in 41 videos, Peter Marks himself, the person in charge of vaccine approval, was making claims that were not vetted by the FDA and, in fact, would have been illegal for the manufacturer to make, yet the regulatory agency was making those claims?
And I'm not aware of any exception that would have permitted the FDA itself to violate a regulation or I believe, or the United States Code in which it was that particular disclaimer is derived from.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina, and I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, it's pretty clear. The nation went through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. 1.1 million people died. At the height of the pandemic, 3,000 plus individuals, people, dying every day, morgues full, overcapacity, refrigeration trucks being used to keep bodies such that they could be buried months later because the funeral home industry was paralyzed, as was our economy, and everyone was at home other than essential workers working remotely. Do y'all remember that? It was months that we went through that, and with people dying. I remember my mother, who's now 97, she'll be 98 in October, but I was doing everything I could, me and my wife, to make sure that we did not bring COVID home to her, for her to catch at the age that she was, being as predisposed to be, adversely impacted greatly by the virus. I was not alone. I'm sure that there were so many people striving to protect their loved ones, children, elderly, and themselves from dying from this virus. And so our government was speeding up the process of vaccine development, investing money, providing waivers of liability, Mr. Siri, for companies. And finally, vaccine was produced by 3 companies. The process of approval was rushed because of the dire need for a vaccine. And am I right about that, Dr. Pavia? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it was an absolutely
it
dire
was.
need, and
so
it
our
met.
government came to the aid of the people and got these vaccines to market quickly. And so that's why we are here today, is because some folks have problems with, they say that it would speed it up too much. Dr. Krause, how many people lost their lives because they were adversely affected by the vaccine?
So I don't have a number for that.
Do you have a number, Dr. Vaughn?
I do not.
How about you, Mr. Siri?
Well, what I can tell you
Well,
is...
you don't have a number for it, do you?
Well, I could tell you sources you could look to.
Well, I don't want to...
Because I
just want to know if you know, because you all are here as witnesses against the process that led to the development of the vaccine. And, I'm rather suspicious about the motives of those who wanted this meeting to take place, because there is a vaccine skepticism out there. There are vaccine skeptics, conspiracy theorists among the MAGA crowd, and it's spilling over into innocent parents with children who are now suspicious about mandates to have their children vaccinated before they can go to school. And it's really hurting our public health, isn't it, Dr. Avia?
Yes, sir, it is.
And folks are making money off of it, Mr. Siri. Even your firm, a Texas-based group that campaigns against vaccine requirements. That's one of your major clients. They paid you all $3 million in 2021, and you're here to testify. You're on the clock right now, aren't you?
I'm not on the clock for this hearing, but yes, one of our clients is, I believe, but on your question...
But let me move forward. Dr. Krause, it would be inaccurate, sir, to say that you quit your job at the FDA after 30 years and you were the top guy, or actually the deputy director, and you quit because of the process that led to the speedy rollout of the vaccine. It would be inappropriate for a member of Congress to insinuate that, would it not? Because actually, after 30 distinguished years in that role of deputy director, that was during a time when a new director was being sought, and your hat was in the ring, but unfortunately, you got passed over for it, and you left after that. That's the reason why you...
No, that's not true. There was no hat and there was no search. Dr. Gruber and I resigned on essentially the same day.
And Dr. Caslow
Dr.
Caslow became the director.
That was more than a year later, yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with the approval process of the vaccine.
Well, no, I did contribute to that. So let's be clear. So the
Final
original authorization under EUA.
The final approval took place months after you left the job, correct?
No, that's not true either. Maybe I can just refresh you on the chronology.
I stand corrected.
The gentleman
I'll
from
take your
Georgia's
word
time
for
is expired, but the witness may provide an answer.
So the emergency use authorizations occurred in December 2020, and this was an all-hands-on-deck effort, and I made major contributions to the policy and the review work and everything that happened at the FDA that brought the vaccines to us.
Thank you.
We then also had the question about the licensure of the vaccine, in particular of the Pfizer vaccine, and that occurred in August of 2021. And I was still at the FDA at that point, and that was the episode that Mr. Massey was talking about. I left the FDA in November of 2021 after, at the end of August, at the end of September, no, it was the end of August, telling my supervisor that I was leaving.
Let's let the witness answer. The time has expired. Let's let him answer.
But you didn't leave because of the way that the vaccine was rolled out, the certification and approval, correct?
The things that were happening at the FDA at the time did, in fact, influence me to leave at the time that I did.
Thank you.
May I quickly...
For your service, sir.
Recognize the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 1, second paragraph, Dr. Pavia says this: the spread of misinformation and disinformation is weakening vaccine confidence. I would agree. And I would argue that the biggest cause of that is the government. Mr. Siri, would you agree that the biggest reason for vaccine hesitancy is because of what the United States government told us about COVID and about the vaccine itself?
Absolutely. I would absolutely agree with that. I think that when you listen to a lot of the statements made about vaccines, when you express benefits that clearly don't exist, that are easily disproven, that causes vaccine hesitancy. When you say over and over it can stop transmission, when the actual studies show it doesn't. Right. The studies by the CDC themselves, when they found more nasopharynx in the vaccinated, viral carriage in the vaccinated, in their nasopharynx versus the unvaccinated, and more rates, please.
Totally agree. Dr. Vaughn, would you agree?
I agree. I think, again, they were told one thing, and then most people, once the opposite happens, usually start to question whoever told them that.
Exactly. And why do you think, well, let me ask it this way. We had someone earlier say that, I think Dr. Pavia said this. He said the way it should be determined is patients and their doctors should decide how this works. But this thing got so political that you couldn't even do that, could you? You treated, I think you said 2,000 patients in your practice, and someone just asked you a number, how many people took the vaccine and died? And you said, I can't give you a number, but you gave 6 examples of people who had huge complications in your written testimony. So tell me about that relationship and how politics played into the relationship that's supposed to exist between the doctor and their patient.
Yeah, I think the biggest trust was lost when they were mandated to get something against their conscience. And I think that is one of the things that needs to be, especially when you talk about a physician that knows his patient. There are certain patients that don't need to have their immune system, in a sense, poked. And I think most physicians would agree with that. But that knowledge is what a physician and their patient have in the relationship that exists. It is not something that is found in a parking lot when you roll down your window.
Did you ever feel pressure from any government entity, certifying board or whatever in the way you were treating your patients?
I did not. Interestingly enough, I got, some other physicians decided that when I was saying that the vaccine did not necessarily prevent transmission, they wrote the Board of Medicine. I went down and had a discussion, but at that time it was proven that I was correct, if that makes sense. It was at that time.
Some of your colleagues tattletaled on you?
Yeah, people I had never met, other physicians. The other thing was, and again, this is my 5-year-old who basically
Say you in front of the board and you happen to be right.
Yeah, going to kindergarten, I spoke in front of the board about masking my kindergartner. Again, my wife being a speech pathologist, masking children for 18 months didn't really help with their speech development, their ability to talk, and I also was turned in for that as well. Again, I asked the Attorney General of our state if I had given up my free speech when I became a physician. He told me I had not, but evidently that is not true.
Yeah, I mean, the cause of vaccine hesitancy, the reason this got so political, in my judgment, is because our government told us time and time again things that were not accurate. They told us, I said this in my opening statement, they told us masks work. They told us 6-foot social distancing, which meant we had to close schools and shut down businesses and restaurants. They told us that was based on science. They told us the vaccinated couldn't get it. They told us the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. They told us it wasn't with the lab. They told us all kinds of things that weren't true about where this thing came from in the lab. And then maybe the biggest one, first virus in human history where there's no natural immunity. Is that true, Dr. Vaughn? Is there natural immunity for this virus like every other virus?
I will tell you, again, I was early in actually having basically an immunoassay that would tell me among all my patients who had had COVID, and there's about 7,000 people that I had that database on. And up until Omicron, the reinfection rate among my people that were seropositive was basically 0.
Yeah. Oh, no, we couldn't have that. You got anything to add? Well, let me just say this, and I'll let you finish, Mr. Siri. Kamala Harris said in 2020, before she was vice president, that she would not trust any vaccine under development in the Trump administration. And a few months later, they were trying to speed up the process to mandate the very vaccine she said she wouldn't trust, because it was all based on politics. Mr. Siri, I'll give you the last word.
I'll go back to what Mr. Johnson said, who seemed very concerned about financial interests being able to influence, and I certainly agree with that. Billions of dollars were on the line for these pharmaceutical companies, and that really affected the way these vaccines were rolled out. That's a financial conflict of interest, especially when they didn't have to pay for any injuries, and they knew it beforehand because the federal government contractually agreed PrEP Act immunity would apply to every single vaccine that was rolled out. It's in the submission, the citations to all those contracts.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the chairman now recognize the gentlelady from Washington State for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I came to Congress, not many people know this, but I spent a decade working on international public health and development all over the world. And as a child growing up in India and Indonesia, I got every single vaccine possible, and I really believe I would have died without those vaccines. I believe vaccines save lives. I think that's the science and the research of it. And the effect of vaccines on disease worldwide has been game-changing. And I just take a look at polio. From the late 19th to early 20th centuries, the disease was a threat to children worldwide. In fact, my sister-in-law was one of they were called the polio pioneers, the first 50 children who got the vaccine. She had already contracted polio, but she was part of Dr. Salk's trial. And despite the start of regular immunizations in the 1970s, polio still impacted over 1,000 children a day in the late 1980s. Thanks to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, most countries have 0 cases. Polio is only endemic in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and as recently as 2020, Nigeria was recognized as being free of wild polio virus. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of disinformation on vaccines, and as that's ramped up, we've seen reversals in our progress coinciding with the pandemic and interruptions in routine immunizations. But it's important to recognize the incredible number of lives saved with vaccines, including the COVID-19 vaccine. Listen, it's no secret that I'm not a big fan of Big Pharma. And so anytime my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to help me rein in Big Pharma, I'm looking forward to that. But I think it's essential we stay vigilant to the negative effects. But the best way to do that is to strengthen our regulatory system, in my view. And again, my colleagues across the aisle have done everything they can to undermine and under-resource the regulatory system. And I have a Stop Corporate Capture bill that would stop the the revolving door of pharmaceutical executives that then go into the administration. I'd welcome bipartisan support on those issues because I think that that's important. But I want to go to you, Dr. Pavia. You talked about your experience of what happened when the COVID-19 virus first hit as a medical professional. Can you talk about the difference between the before and after the vaccine was developed and distributed? What did you see?
So one of the most important effects was really psychological. People felt like they had some degree of protection, some degree of control, which was so different than the feelings of helplessness and despair that really dominated early on. We know, and it's been said multiple times, the vaccine wasn't perfect. It didn't prevent every infection. It didn't prevent every death. But without it, things would have been immeasurably worse, and we all knew that.
And tell me what the science says about the efficacy of the COVID vaccine. I think maybe people wanted to hear that it would completely protect you. I know when I got COVID before the vaccine, I got COVID after the vaccine, I was never under any illusion that it was gonna be 100% effective, but that it would help prevent contracting it, and then if I did contract it, that the symptoms would be less. But tell me what you know, what the science says about the efficacy.
Science, as you know, evolves. And what we know about the vaccines and what we know about the virus, and the virus itself has changed a great deal over the last 4 years. When the vaccine was first studied, when it was a perfect match to the virus that was circulating, it was 95% effective at preventing any infection. But that dropped the longer you were out from the vaccine and the more the virus changed over time. It is still highly effective if you get the updated vaccines that are a better but not perfect match for the current viruses at preventing severe disease and hospitalization. It does reduce your chances of getting infected, but it does not completely prevent it. And I think willfully people are saying stop transmission when it doesn't stop it entirely, but it does decrease it because people who are not infected cannot transmit.
I want to talk about long COVID because it is a real issue. It continues to impact millions of Americans. Dr. Pavia, I've read that one of the risk factors for developing long-term COVID is not being adequately vaccinated. Can you discuss why that's a risk factor?
Well, I'm not sure we have all of the scientific answers yet, but it's pretty clear from observational studies and many overlapping studies that essentially show the same thing, that being vaccinated reduces your chance of long COVID, even if you have a breakthrough infection. It probably is because it prevents the virus from establishing reservoirs in different parts of the body and leading to permanent damage, but that science is evolving. We don't fully understand long COVID yet, and it's a critical need.
Are there recommendations for what we need to do to address long COVID?
We clearly need science that understands the basic mechanisms, and we need funding for trials of possible interventions, because so far, while we're making progress on the science front, tragically, we don't have any really effective treatments yet.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Yield back, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentlelady yields back, and I'll recognize the gentlelady from Indiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with Chairman Jordan that lack of transparency and lack of liability, that's what creates lack of trust. And this pandemic was really, unfortunately, a terrible example where on top of it, it was politicized. We politicized people's lives. And that is very dangerous. And vaccine was used as a political football. And I have a question for you, Mr. Siri. Do we have other medications or anything else exempt that have immunity that exempt from liability? Do we have, what other things are exempt that we put in our body from liability?
I'm not aware of any other consumer product that has the liability protection that vaccines are provided. You can sue drug manufacturers for drugs. That's why drugs come off the market all the time. That's why every consumer product in this room and that you experience every day is safer. It's because those companies face economic harm. They have to pay if they injure people.
And that's how the system was set up. Our system of law toward laws, supposed to not regulations that have selective enforcement.
Yes.
Whoever gives the bigger contribution might not be enforced, or not actually government bureaucrats, who a lot of them have no idea even what's going on in the real world, supposed to actually enforce that we don't harm consumers. We go through torts. We have created here immunity, and on top of it, we actually defend in this company. Is that correct, my understanding?
Yes, unfortunately for vaccines, it's the only product I'm aware of where it is the government with DOJ attorneys defend the company, the product, against the consumers claiming injury in the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. I heard earlier somebody say that the VICP, the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, errs on the side of compensation. We have 15 folks that are firm that practice in that program. I can assure you that is not the case. And to your point about providing immunity protection, leading up to 1986, there were only 3 routine vaccines in the United States totaling 7 injections. That's it. That's on the CDC schedule. 3 routine, 7 total injections. There are currently, by the way, 19 vaccines on the CDC schedule totaling 84 injections if you count COVID vaccine now given annually. With that said, leading up to 86, the amount of liability from those 3 products, which were DTP, OPV, and MMR, were so great that every manufacturer went out of business or stopped making them, so there's only one manufacturer left. Congress decided, instead of forcing what companies always have to do, make a better, safer product, instead, it passed the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act that said you can keep selling your product even though it causes harm. You don't need to make a better and safer product. But the original sin wasn't just that. It was that it also gave them immunity for any product going forward. And I pointed out, I think, the differential I think that has caused in how clinical trials are conducted, how regulatory agencies treat these products. They really view themselves as partners with manufacturers.
If I go to be in business, I would like to have that type of immunity and protection next business I have. That's pretty convenient. It's probably cheaper to lobby Congress than actually defend in lawsuits. But Dr. Krause, you've been involved in this approval. Considering knowing this lack of liability, how the processes are adjusted at the FDA process to reflect, and it seems like it should be more scrutiny and much more accountability and responsibility the government should have.
Well, so the FDA doesn't interface directly with the PrEP Act or the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and yet I think it is clear that the vaccines that induced the passage of the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program needed this kind of protection. There were lawsuits, and yet these are vaccines that were safe and effective and were viewed as, and still are viewed as, a public good. And these are among the vaccines that Dr. Pavia says.
But you, as knowing, you were looking and reviewing some vaccines, including during the pandemic, right? You're a doctor, you were reviewing some of them, and and seeing what is good, what is bad for these approvals, right? Emergency approvals, even in the COVID vaccine in this case. Did you adjust your processes based on understanding there is blanket immunity? Do you do something differently, or do you take that in consideration?
So when the FDA reviews these vaccines, there's a statutory standard that the vaccines have to meet of safety and efficacy. And that standard is different under an EUA as it is under a BLA, and yet the FDA has to show that these vaccines meet that standard. And that's the standard then that vaccines that are eligible
but if
for
something
the
goes
Vaccine
wrong
Injury
and
Compensation
companies, was anything done differently during the COVID-19 pandemic, and was it since done differently? And if something goes wrong, there is any accountability? If they didn't provide information, what is the accountability really for the companies?
Well, obviously the PrEP Act provided the companies with a shield from this kind of accountability, and yet the FDA still had the authority to look at the data, make sure that the fact sheets and the
So generally, what the processes you do not really adjusted to reflect the really pure lack of accountability internally? Or do they need to change processes? Do you believe the process is good for vaccine approval, what you have right now, considering there is no liability?
So the process does account for that, but you don't change the process for that because that's been the situation for such a long time. But the process is intended to be very rigorous, which does account for that.
But it was not followed, as I understand, as well, right? When we had this COVID-19 vaccines, is that correct?
So certain aspects of the process were not followed, although those did not influence the safety or the efficacy of the vaccines that eventually were authorized or approved. And there certainly was, as has been pointed out here, at least a strong impression of political interference, as has been pointed out by members of this committee, under all administrations. And so to me, the question is, how can we future-proof the process and reduce the likelihood that there will be political interference and put the FDA in a stronger position to resist that?
All right. Thank the gentlelady from Indiana, and I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us here today. I wish without whole lot of confidence that your testimony here would advance the cause of public health, and that's because, as so often has occurred in this 118th Congress, our colleagues have weaponized Congress and the entire legislative process to spread conspiracy theories and lies in support of their electoral ambitions and those of the former president. To be clear, vaccines work. The COVID-19 vaccine works. The development of the vaccine was one of the greatest medical discoveries in history. There's a reason nobody in this room has died of polio or measles or smallpox or any number of other previously deadly and now rare diseases. Polio alone used to paralyze tens of thousands of children annually. It's impacted at least 2 members of Congress. But Jonas Salk became an American hero after inventing the polio vaccine, and I have to applaud the Rotary organizations in my district, across the country, and around the world who've played such an important role in nearly eradicating that disease. We've certainly seen similar campaigns, all but eliminate measles and other deadly childhood diseases, or at least until the spread of conspiracy theories and disinformation about vaccines allowed those deadly diseases to reemerge. I find it extremely disappointing that our colleagues are willing to abandon this history of progress in order to promote a political agenda. Questioning vaccine efficacy and encouraging people to avoid vaccination is not just dangerous, it's deeply disrespectful to the millions of people for whom vaccines have saved them from death or a lifetime of immense pain. In the face of a global pandemic, COVID-19 vaccine and boosters increased immunity, saved millions of lives. We should be celebrating American commitment and ingenuity that allowed the rapid development and distribution of the vaccine. We should be celebrating it. But the former president and his allies in this House are more interested in catering to the most extreme members of their base. And so instead, we get repeated lies and falsehoods about vaccines and public health strategies that responded to the pandemic. We've seen months of attacks upon the vaccine approval process with absolutely no results. But as with many of the investigations initiated this Congress, the lack of evidence to back up these claims hasn't stopped our colleagues from sowing distrust and misleading the public about those investigations. Asking for more transparency from our federal agencies is understandable. It's necessary. It's part of our job. But spreading lies to promote mistrust in our public institutions is not. Dr. Pavia, what danger does mis- and disinformation about vaccine safety pose to public health?
Thank you. It poses risks in a number of ways. So individual parents and patients can be paralyzed by getting confusing information, choose not to get vaccinated, and suffer what can be potentially life-altering disease. But more importantly, by people getting infected, people who are unable to be vaccinated can be put at risk. So when measles hits a classroom because somebody chooses not to be vaccinated, a child who's being treated for cancer, a baby who's too young to be immunized can get measles and can suffer from it.
One of our witnesses posed the rhetorical question, why has trust in vaccines been lost? And the chairman of this committee just said that he believes one of the biggest reasons for vaccine hesitancy is politics. And I find it doesn't often happen, but I must agree with him about that. He correctly noted that the issue of vaccines has been politicized. Dr. Pavia, what happens when people in positions of power, like members of Congress or a former president, or a presidential candidate, share false information about vaccines and promote distrust in our public health and medical institutions?
Well, I have to agree that politics should really have no place in medical education, medical decision-making from either side. And people are bombarded by information. They have a hard time distinguishing good information from somebody who knows what they're talking about, from what they hear in the political dialogue. So it erodes trust, and it gets in the way of having honest conversations with people who actually know what they're talking about.
I think that's correct. I mean, every mom, every teacher knows that words matter, and we try to instill that ethic with our kids, and I think our political leaders have a responsibility to understand that their words matter a lot, particularly in this arena. And I would just seek unanimous consent to introduce a June 14th, 2024 article from the New York Times entitled Trump's Anti-Vaccine Problem. The anti-vax sentiment coursing through his diehard shows how Trump takes his cues from his base.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
You know, I think one of the things that shocked me as we worked our way through this pandemic from a couple of years ago was the level of disinformation that was coming from our political leaders and our medical community and the pharmaceutical companies. The blanket and blatant violations of our constitutional rights was absolutely off the charts. The government tyranny was something that we'd never seen before. The abuse of the emergency use authorization protocol was really pretty stunning to me, including the requirement for informed consent before someone can be forced to take a vaccine that is approved pursuant to an emergency use authorization. Just the political elite's refusal to acknowledge the origin of COVID coming from the Wuhan laboratory and the rejection of natural immunity was something that has deeply affected our country and will continue to do so into the long distant future. Just absolutely shocks the conscience from the standpoint of seeing what our political leaders did and how things were politicized. And Dr. Krause, you made that comment. How do we protect this process in the future? And I think the first step is we need to prosecute Anthony Fauci for the level of lies and disinformation that he spread during the course of this, including his own cover-up related to who was funding the research at the Wuhan laboratory and what actually happened. We still don't have the answers to those questions, and I don't believe that we can move forward until we do. Mr. Siri, in your testimony, you highlight that COVID-19 vaccine trials were robust when compared with trials relied upon to license most childhood vaccines. However, just because it was more robust, it doesn't necessarily mean that the process was adequate, and these are two very different standards. For example, the Pfizer trials stated that there is a 2-year follow-up period, yet the emergency use authorizations for children were granted in as little as 7 months. Our children.
Oh, I completely agree that the trial relied upon to license COVID-19 vaccine was anemic, meaning no matter how much delay, how much they sped it up, the problem is there's not enough data in that trial. Only 2 months of placebo control on average information to compare is not enough time to actually assess the safety of that product, in my opinion. And you can see that by looking at drug trials, what they do in those trials. You'll have years of placebo control safety review.
Well, and I want to cover that a little bit. In the chart you provided in your written testimony shows safety follow-up still under a year, and this is for the trial for age groups for 16 and up and 18 and up. Yeah. So there seems to be even less review of the vaccines that impact our children. And you also note that the COVID vaccine trials were, as you say, anemic when compared to drug trials. Mr. Siri, why are vaccines reviewed under the biologics process versus the drug reviews as you described in your written testimony?
That's an FDA decision to do that. I mean, technically, vaccines could qualify as drugs as well, but they are dealt within CBER, and that's an FDA choice.
Well, is there a higher standard of review or more meticulous review for drugs versus the biologics?
In practice, that's what's occurred. Pursuant to the regulations, I don't see why there should be, frankly. It's just a matter of practice, and I think it's a product of the way that the regulators themselves view these products versus drug products. They, in many ways, view themselves as partners with the companies making them. When you watch Peter Marks' video, he very much sees himself as having a hand in saving everybody. He views himself as saving everybody. He wants to, this product is part of what he wants to push out. Unlike drug products, it's not the same relationship.
Sounds like he has a bit of a God complex.
I heard comments earlier about, they believe passionately in vaccines, and they were speaking about folks who take issue with vaccines, but I would say some of the most fervent people who are passionate about vaccines are those who support these products, will support them without even looking at some of the primary data, and will easily dismiss the primary sources that do show very serious concerns.
Well, children and young people remain at low risk of COVID-19 mortality yet the COVID vaccine has still been forced on America's children and at great risk. There are 71,108 adverse events, including deaths, that have been reported to VAERS for children 6 months to 17 years due to the COVID-19 vaccine, and I would assume that that number is actually underreporting. This includes 196 deaths, 665 permanently disabled, 1,518 cases of myocarditis. And again, I'm going to say that I don't even trust those numbers because I don't trust our government right now to accurately report information related to COVID. So again, Mr. Siri, was the use of COVID-19 vaccines in pediatric populations advisable given the risk of COVID-19, the virus in children?
Our firm sent a number of letters as well as a formal petition to the FDA that we believe clearly supported that it was not supported use in children. In particular, this idea that 1,700 children died is not based on reliable data. They can't actually point to actual children that died, 1,700. There are always confounders. There are not healthy children who have died from COVID-19 vaccine in case reports that I have seen.
I appreciate your testimony, your honesty, and your willingness to share this information with us. Thank you to all the witnesses today, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Wyoming, and now recognize...
Mr. Massey, would it be possible to just take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes, we'll take a break right now. The plan here, and by the way, thank you, is to go until about 2 o'clock. There's another hearing in this room at 2, I believe, and so we may do a second round, but we will plan to stop at 2, and we'll recess for about 15 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee will now resume. I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have unanimous consent to introduce these articles into the record.
Can you describe them briefly?
Commonwealth Fund 2022 two-year COVID vaccines prevent millions of deaths. Second one, Trump Warp Speed, President Trump Operation Warp Speed Vaccine Summit. Number 3, concerned doctors' letters. Number 4, New York Times FDA stood up to the president. Number 5, Pointner claims that 2021 claims that millions of people have died from COVID vaccine are unfounded. Number 6, HRSA, how vaccine misinformation made the COVID-19 death toll worse. AP, number 8, AP large measles outbreak. AP News. Number 9, Mayo Clinic debunking COVID-19 risks. Number 10, the youngest victims of a natural calamity and the people they left behind. Number 11, health officials, 2 Kentucky children reported dead from flu and COVID-19. Number 12, 3 Louisiana children died of COVID-19 over the last week. This is dated February 22nd, 2022. And then the last one, child COVID deaths more than doubled in Florida as kids return to classroom. Thank you.
Without objection. Now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member and for our witness testimony today. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to be here and to make this hearing possible today. My hope as we gathered here today was that we would have a good faith discussion on how we can use the lessons that we learned from COVID-19 to improve our pandemic preparedness and strengthen our public health system. But I worry that today's conversation does not help, and it only hurts this goal, a goal that I hope that we all share, to boost pandemic resilience, prevent unnecessary loss of life, and protect the most vulnerable people in our communities. I am a 2-time breast cancer survivor, and I myself underwent life-saving treatments to be with you today. And one of the side effects of these common and necessary cancer treatments like chemotherapy, surgery, and radiation therapy is a suppressed immune system. When your immune system is suppressed and weakened, your body cannot fight off infections like it normally can. This makes you particularly vulnerable to infectious diseases and puts you at greater risk for disease complications and actually for hospitalization. For cancer patients and millions in this country who are immune impaired, like organism transplant recipients, organ transplants, people with autoimmune disorders and chronic diseases, infants, toddlers, and the elderly, vaccines are a critical safeguard that protects against preventative and unnecessary complications that can endanger lives. Prevention is the best medicine, and I think we can all agree with that. And the health of our communities and the strength of our public health system are tightly bound to preventative services like vaccines. We've seen this over and over again. Thanks to vaccines, we eradicated smallpox, nearly eliminated polio, and warded off the devastating impacts of diseases like measles and whooping cough. We've seen it firsthand. 4 years ago, our nation faced uncertain times, fighting a destructive and novel threat that we did not have the resources to combat. Thanks to the Biden administration's leadership, we implemented the largest vaccine rollout in history, which saved lives and kept patients out of the hospital. The administration of these vaccines helped ensure the health and safety of our communities so that we could reopen our businesses, jumpstart the economy, and get our kids back to school. As we consider the future of disease prevention and preparedness, it is critical to listen to the facts, pay attention to the science, avoid the spread of misinformation, and prioritize health over politics. And the fact is, vaccines are safe, they're reliable, and effective. They immunize the healthy, and they help protect the most vulnerable. When my colleagues sit there on the dais and purposely sow mistrust in life-saving measures, Measures backed by scientists and medical experts, our constituents are the ones who pay the price. Dr. Pavia, before the break, we were told, and I quote, that no children have died from COVID, end quote. Now we have the pieces of articles that have been admitted to the record. Can you respond to that statement for the American public so that we may avoid the spread of even more misinformation?
Thank you for that question. It's a deliberate misinformation. The CDC receives reports from states based on the medical examiner's review. The medical examiners determined that these deaths were more likely than not due to COVID. So that number of 1,700, it's actually 1,696 if you look on their website, is reasonably accurate as a minimum. We know that just for MIS-C, which is a complication which children suffer about a month out, that there were about 7,000 documented cases and 179 deaths due to MIS-C. So children did die. 1,700 may not be much compared to 1.1 million adults, but how many children can die and it's an acceptable number?
Well, thank you so much for clarifying that for the American public, and thank you for the work that you continue to do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think my conclusion here today is that the damage that's been done to public health is going to take maybe generations to be repaired. When we think back, some of this stuff is so serious but seems almost laughable, with masks, testing the 2 miles long at the fairgrounds in Wisconsin, shutting down the schools, obviously, which was a travesty. Circles on the floor at Walmart for social distancing, and the furniture store next door was completely closed as a result of what became, known as the way we're going to handle this pandemic. So, I don't know if the boomer generation has failed again here for all society, but there certainly is a young group of adults that does not trust the government and certainly doesn't trust what we had forced upon them. And members of this committee, I remember being in judiciary one day when we had members ratting out other members because their mask wasn't fully over their mouth and nose. I mean, it's stuff like that just, we're going to look back on this and be very embarrassed. And unfortunately, I think public health is not going to come back from that. But I do have one question that's very specific to an actual age group who I think we completely threw to the wolves, it appears, and that is young men, young adults. And myocarditis has been brought up a couple times. And Dr. Kraus, can you talk specifically about why that population was affected by the vaccine so adversely? And do we have any idea what, boys going through puberty all the way to probably young men in their 20s, how they've been affected by this and how their hearts have been affected?
So myocarditis occurred most predominantly in the various studies in young men, as you say, age 16 and 17, but there were increased rates higher in men than in women, going up also to much older ages, although not as high as the youngest. So I don't know if it's necessarily a puberty issue, because this also affected people as they got older, but that was where we saw it most frequently. And the rates of myocarditis in these young men was quite high. In the early studies, it appeared to be around 1 in 5,000 vaccinees. We still don't understand why that was the case. What we luckily found was that most of these cases were mild, and yet there were some cases that were not mild. And of course, there were also some cases where, many cases where if one's diagnosed with myocarditis, of course, that changes a young man's life, because he'll probably then avoid being in sports and will still have some continued medical follow-up. So we don't understand it. It's most common after the second dose of vaccine. We found, luckily, that it did not appear to be as frequent as children got younger, and it also did not appear to occur with anywhere near as high a frequency with third and subsequent doses of vaccine. But it is a real finding that is associated with the vaccine. Luckily, in most people, when they get it, not severe, but it certainly was enough to give us pause when we were evaluating the vaccine.
Well, and that's why in normal trials, Dr. Vaughn, I don't know if you want to comment on this. I mean, that's the type of population, a very specific niche population that might be identified when you're taking a full look at a vaccine, right?
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of what I have is just anecdotal stuff that we're continuing to do. But again, it's anecdotal on 2,000 people. It is an interesting thing to find out how hormones affect different things in regards to what the vessel can do. The other thing that we've seen to find is a lot of the patients with hypermobility are more likely to have, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome afterwards. And I think, again, that has to do with the vasculature being harmed by the spike protein in people that already have some vascular pliability.
Very good. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Could I just add one comment about the myocarditis also?
Would the gentleman yield to me?
I do yield.
Mr. Krause, I want to ask, is natural immunity real?
Absolutely.
And is it also, does natural immunity exist if you've been exposed to COVID?
Exposed to but not infected?
Well, infected.
Yes, so people who've been previously infected with COVID or who've previously had the COVID-19 disease were shown in a number of very good studies to have reduced incidence of subsequent COVID. And in fact, the protection of a previous episode of COVID was greater than the protection that was received from 2 doses of vaccine. It turned out that if you had both had COVID and vaccine, then you were protected even a little bit better. But there is no doubt that a previous episode of COVID induces immunity that is protective.
So it's not some conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy.
I think this is an example of where the government denies this, and we even have members on this dais who deny it, and that's what reduces trust, I think, when there's a known fact of 200 years, and it's being denied in the context of a new disease, but it's actually applicable in the new disease. That's another thing that breaks the trust between health institutions and the public. I'll now recognize Mr. Ivey from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Krause, I got a question for you. A couple days ago, President Trump made the following statement. And on day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, and I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. Had you heard that quote, Dr. Krause?
I hadn't, but okay. I hear it now.
Fair enough. I was kind of curious about it, your testimony. I'll come back to that statement in a minute, but one of the things you said, I overheard you when I was walking through the ante room, so if I misheard it a little bit, please correct me. But I think you said basically that there have been challenges in each presidential administration. I take it you've been there for a while with respect to politicizing the process at FDA. And a quick look at your testimony, you raised an example of the hydroxychloroquine, I hope I pronounced that correctly,
Close enough.
As one of those examples. Tell me the right pronunciation?
Hydroxychloroquine, but
okay.
you're very close.
Thank you. And that was made on March 28, 2022. It says the authorization on March 28, 2022 asserted that
should have been 2020. Did I make it?
I'm sorry, 2020. I apologize.
Okay, all right.
Asserted that the product met the EUA standard, but the authorization itself cited no data that the FDA reviewed. There was never any evidence credible to an experienced regulator to support the effectiveness of it in COVID. And so that's a statement you made in your testimony,
right.
I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
And that, by the way, is one of the reasons why I think that the way in which these EUAs are reported needs to be improved. That if the FDA is going to issue an EUA in the future, it needs to provide that kind of information in the EUA documentation. It needs to show why it is that the EUA criteria were met, but also then put this in context by showing what it would take in order to bring that product up to a licensure level, which then would allow the public to understand it.
All right, I'll come to that in just a second, but I think you had a second example as well. And the point you were making was that both of these examples undermine public trust in the FDA because of the questions that were raised based on the
Sure.
conclusions that were reached. All right, and then the standards, the issue or the approach you suggested to correct the politicization of it was to, and I'll quote it, I would suggest the senior leader should only overrule the technical review team's scientific judgment if a panel of outside experts, perhaps from the relevant advisory committee, supports the senior leader's position. So this goes to the issue of when the team has put together a proposal, the senior leader overrules that, and currently the senior leader's decision stands, I take it?
That's exactly right. It's a position where the senior leader's scientific judgment can, in one fell swoop, overrule the scientific decision or recommendation of an entire highly qualified review team that has looked at the question on its scientific and technical merits.
And that's not just an example that popped up from the most recent administration. This is based on your experience over the years at the FDA.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also mentioned too, I'm skipping a little bit, but you raise the concern that flexibility in the EUA standard and lack of transparency regarding its application create opportunities for political interference, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, then later you say, and I guess maybe this because a pandemic is an emergency situation, in a pandemic, it is essential for there to be flexibility to allow availability of life-saving products, even if they do not meet the standard for licensure. So I want to give you a chance to guide me through.
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Ivey. So what we found in the pandemic was that the criteria that were used to license, no, rather to even authorize the initial vaccines in December of 2020 were very rigorous. And the public deserved that those vaccines be looked at using very rigorous criteria. And that's why the public had confidence in the vaccines then. And this was true whether people were Republicans or Democrats. The trouble is that there also were other times when the EUA was used, for example, the hydroxychloroquine that you mentioned, when in fact the standard was much, much lower. And yet if the public says this is an EUA and that's an EUA, they don't understand the difference.
Right.
And that's why I'm advocating that although you can't take and shouldn't take the EUA away, one does need to provide a better explanation of what an individual EUA actually means.
Okay, great. And then one last question, I apologize for running over, but back to the original quote that I read you from former President Trump about essentially eliminating funding for vaccines for schools. Is that something you would support?
So I think that some children do get vaccines in schools and they can't get them elsewhere. And so I think that schools are an important part of the vaccine delivery system, and I would not eliminate funding for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank you, Mr. Ivey. I yield to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, is COVID more or less contagious in a school versus a football field, Dr. Crouch?
Well, it's probably a little more contagious indoors than outdoors, but of course more people are packed together in the football field, so this is a tough question to answer. I think it would depend on.
So if you have all your kids go to school for 2.5 days a week for social distancing, but then you send all the kids to the same football practice 5 days a week, does that kind of defeat the purpose of the social distancing at school?
I think if you're getting at the fact that social distancing was inconsistently applied, I think that it's certainly not difficult to come up with examples where more versus lower risks would have been taken.
Does COVID spread higher before or after 11 p.m.?
I have no knowledge.
Okay, so closing a bar down at 11 p.m. instead of 1 a.m., does COVID spread more at a grocery store than a hardware store?
Grocery versus hardware, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And the reason I say this is when we talk about vaccine hesitancy and we talk about trust at our institutions, these were rules that were put in place that any common sense, normal human being would look at and say, this doesn't make any sense. This is an essential business, this is an essential business. You can't catch it at Target, but you will catch it at the local community grocery store. And so when we go through all of these processes combined by health officials that say you won't get COVID if you take the vaccine, and then, oh, you will get COVID, but you won't get sick, and oh, then if you get the 19 different boosters, you won't get COVID, and you can't get natural immunity to this particular thing, what the chairman was just talking about. People aren't stupid. And when we treat them like they're stupid, and when people in institutions treat them like they're stupid, and when social media and government works to say we are going to censor true information because it'll have the wrong outlook on public health, people recognize those things. So I appreciate you all being here. And if you care about vaccines and if you care about health, then we should take a look at what happened the last 3 years and why people have mistrust in their institutions. And I'm glad we're doing this hearing, and I will yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman from North Dakota, and I want to follow up on his questions. Is anybody aware of whether COVID is more contagious at a church than a strip club? Does anybody want to take a shot at that? The reason I ask is our governor shut down churches on Easter but left the strip clubs open. I don't think there was any science behind that decision. There may be other things driving it, but it certainly wasn't science.
Representative Massey, I
yes,
think
Dr. Vaughn.
at the end of my testimony, the problem with following the science is that it's not a leader, it's a meanderer. And you will come to all kinds of conclusions if the science is guiding, but the leader is basically not having any accountability for how stupid his decision might be. And instead, it's leaders that make decisions, and they have to be informed by the science, but they also have to balance it against other benefits or risks.
Dr. Vaughn, I want to ask you a question. You said you treat long COVID and you treat vaccine injuries, and you've seen the same sort of things you think a lot of it's caused from the spike protein, which you described. Has the government made it easier or harder to differentiate between those two conditions? Or haven't they confounded this issue by putting the data together and making no effort to distinguish between long COVID and a vaccine side effect?
I would say a lot of the people that I see, I mean, I do a very robust inventory, mainly because I want to collect the data. And so I had to add to a lot of the long COVID questionnaires, did you receive the vaccine? Did you have any side effects from the vaccine? And did the vaccine make your symptoms better or worse? And I think that's an important discussion, but I will say there's plenty of people that fill out my list and say, the vaccine is what caused my symptoms. The day I got the vaccine, that's when I had the symptoms that I have. Now, they've had COVID since, but I do think disambiguating all of that is a very important thing because I think it's an important distinction.
Mr. Siri, I want to ask you, and if you go over a little bit, that's okay. What mechanisms did the government have to track vaccine side effects over time as these rolled out? And did they even pay attention to the data?
Well, prior to the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine, the primary system that was relied upon that is the joint FDA-CDC VAERS system. And then when the COVID vaccine was rolled out, they rolled out a new system, and we discussed that earlier, called vSafe. vSafe, unlike VAERS, doesn't just try to solicit adverse events from people who've been injured by the vaccine. It asked every American to sign up for this system on the day they got their shot and then fill out reports. 10 million Americans signed up for vSafe. There were check-the-box surveys every day for 7 days and every day, once a week for 6 weeks and 3 more times after that. And the CDC published about 40 studies using that data, the check-the-box data in vSafe for these 10 million Americans. The only real relevant data was, did you seek medical care, okay? But it only reported in those studies the first week of healthcare-seeking behavior after the vaccine. We litigated for 2 years, and when we finally got that check-the-box data from the CDC, it showed exactly why the CDC didn't want to produce it to the public. It showed that 7.7% of the 10 million Americans who signed up for vSafe, and this was in the first 6 months after the vaccine was rolled out. These were the vaccine enthusiasts. These were not the folks mandating the vaccines. 7.7% reported need medical care after getting the vaccine, on average, 2 to 3 times each, and over 70% of them was for emergency room, hospitalization, or urgent care.
I thank you. I thank the gentleman from North Dakota. The time has expired, and I yield to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your time. one of the things that I think is important about getting to the heart of in this hearing is getting some clarity on some basic facts. And I know that there's been some implication here in this hearing that the vaccine was rushed, it was not tested well enough, it was irresponsible, it was dangerous, all kinds of dangers implied in that. And I just want to go through a couple things, Dr. Pavia, to make sure that I understand it. So COVID-19 virus was a new virus, but it had similar traits to other viruses. Is that correct?
There are seasonal coronaviruses which cause mild disease, and then we dealt with SARS-1 and MERS, yes.
Okay, and so scientists had studied other coronaviruses for about 50 years prior to COVID-19, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that scientists already knew that the spike protein could be targeted by a vaccine. That was knowledge that we had before the warp speed initiative, is that correct?
After SARS-1, the very lethal disease that occurred in, I think, 97 occurred, there was a lot of concern that we could see another coronavirus pandemic, and the NIH funded a lot of research on potential vaccines and treatments.
So is it true that there was over a decade of mRNA vaccine research before COVID-19 that scientists could build upon?
I don't remember the exact number of years, but there was a long track record of work on mRNA vaccines.
And after SARS-CoV-2 was sequenced, it took just a couple days, is my understanding, to make the mRNA candidates. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that. I suspect it was more than a few days, but it was
pretty rapid.
Because of the way mRNA vaccines work, it was something that could be done quite quickly.
And do I have this right, that the spike protein's genetic code was plugged into technology that already existed? That technology was not being created in real time. It already existed with a process that had already been evaluated for other vaccines. So essentially, we're building on knowledge that we had.
Yes, I mean, the knowledge wasn't complete because no vaccine had been used on a large scale, but there was a heavy base of research on which this was begun.
And vaccine developers didn't skip any of the testing steps, is my understanding, but conducted some of the steps on an overlapping schedule.
Yeah, my understanding, is that the way the timeline was shortened was largely to do things overlapping rather than in series. And Dr. Krause has much more detailed knowledge of that.
And I know throughout the pandemic, there was misinformation spread that the COVID-19 vaccines used or contained microchips or tracking devices. Is there any evidence of that?
Not to my knowledge. I would have multiple chips that were transmitting if it were true.
Appreciate that. Now, I served in the Vermont State Legislature during the COVID-19 crisis, and it was a time when Democrats and Republicans came together, absolutely the leadership on both sides, trying to figure out in real time how to keep people safe. Took my responsibility very seriously and was grateful that we were able to do that in a bipartisan manner. Now, one of the things that is difficult, I think, in those situations is that, there is no medical intervention that carries zero risk. Would you agree with that?
Of course.
That no medical intervention is a zero risk proposal.
No, aspirin and Tylenol have substantial measurable risks.
And I was looking, so I was so curious. There is a popular pharmaceutical that millions of Americans take, and the side effects: flushing, headache, dizziness, blurred vision, nausea, dangerously low blood pressure, back pain, heartburn, nosebleeds, chest pain, sudden hearing loss, stroke, tightening in hands and feet, tingling, diarrhea, seeing a blue tinge, ringing in the ears, rash, shortness of breath, and heart attack. All of these side effects of Viagra, all of them.
Sounds
and
correct.
Yet 3 million Americans currently on that. My point being, there are always risks to any medical intervention that we take. So how do public health experts go about evaluating and deciding which medical interventions should be pursued and at what speed? How do you go about determining that?
It's always a balance of risk versus benefit because, as you say, there's always a risk to to medicines, there's your risk to vaccines, and the benefit may be modest, such as treating an annoying problem like eczema, or it may involve millions of lives like a vaccine for COVID. And so you balance those risks and how much you know about the risks at the time with the potential benefits. And we have to remember that, as you pointed out, these decisions were made on the fly during an emergency. It's always possible to look back and see, flaws that were made because of incomplete data. And I think we all admit that things changed as we went and we learned.
I really appreciate that. I don't ever want us to forget that over 1 million Americans lost their lives. We have to learn from this. We have to have real conversations because there will be another pandemic at some point, and we need to do better the next time. But I really encourage all of us to be grounded in fact. Thank you, Dr. Pavia. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. It's my understanding that Dr. Vaughn has a plane to catch, so after I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, you may excuse yourself, Dr. Vaughn, and we appreciate your attendance.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And with that, I recognize the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for holding this very important hearing. COVID-19 pandemic was tragic for all Americans, not just because of its organic nature as a virus and the thousands who died, but also due to its significant mishandling by the U.S. government. From the teeter-totter of mask and testing mandates to the escalating draconian vaccine requirements, for years Americans experienced mandate whiplash. That's not even mentioning the lack of information about the thousands of Americans who were harmed by the vaccine, including suffering from myocarditis. Even worse, the lockdowns, like those seen in the Commonwealth of Virginia under the previous gubernatorial administration of Ralph Northam, undoubtedly did more harm than good. Children missed years of foundational education and social skills building. People missed out on life-changing celebrations, such as weddings and graduations. The sick and elderly were separated from their loved ones, and usually greatest advocates. Families and friends were not able to properly mourn their loved ones as funeral gatherings were prohibited. The government infliction of mental, emotional, and physical trauma experienced by Americans must never happen again. So, Mr. Seery, as a vaccine litigation expert, I want to get your opinion on compensation for those injured by the COVID-19 vaccine. As you know, the COVID vaccines are currently covered under the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program and not the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Both of these are government programs that offer compensation to people who experience negative health effects after receiving certain medical interventions. Whether one believes COVID vaccines should be moved under the VICP or not, it's clear that the CICP is difficult to navigate and is experiencing major backlogs in reviewing and completing claims. Do you have any recommendations for Congress in ways to ensure that the vaccine injured receive appropriate care and compensation?
Yeah, the simplest way would just be to remove the immunity to the companies that make those products. It's now been many years that these products have been on the market. Everybody here is saying they're safe. A lot of the folks I've listened today say they're safe. Then there should be no reason to continue giving those companies the immunity to liability for injuries if they are safe, as has been advocated here today. Behind me is a representative from a group called React 19. This one group has over 36,000 seriously injured Americans from COVID-19 vaccine. It is run by two individuals. One was a clinical trial participant in the AstraZeneca, one received the Moderna vaccine. He was an orthopedic surgeon, had transverse myelitis. There are hundreds of medical professionals that are part of this group. They're a very serious organization. And people always tell me, the folks who call your firm about vaccine injuries, they're anti-vaxxers. No, I assure you they're not, because the folks who have issues with vaccines don't get vaccines. They don't call us about vaccine injuries. It's only after they get injured they get gaslit in that way. These folks deserve our attention and our sympathy. Every person who's injured by a disease, whether it's COVID or any of the other diseases mentioned today, we should care about them. We should take care of them. We should care about every child injured by any infectious disease, like the doctor here treats. But we should also care about those injured by vaccine products, and we don't. The CICP, we currently have a lawsuit. We have 2 lawsuits pending right now seeking to asking a federal judge to declare the CICP program and the PrEP Act immunity unconstitutional because, to your point, That program has zero due process. You don't know who your trier of fact is. There's no opportunity for hearing. You don't know anything. It's basically a black hole. And they only have, and this is another thing Congress could potentially address, they only have a few $1 million. So even if they were not constitutionally process deficient, they don't have any money to pay anybody.
Dr. Vaughn, as a medical provider to some of these patients experiencing vaccine injuries, I'm curious to know if you've had patients express concerns with the CICP.
Absolutely. I think most of them are in some ways, they're already devastated. And then to have no help and then find out that even the help that was set up in the 80s is not even what they can access is quite surprising to them.
Have you had any experience with helping patients to navigate the CICP, and can you elaborate on your experiences as a doctor helping these patients?
Mainly it's just getting the documentation of what I see as well as the lab abnormalities and just basically filling out and fooling up what actually went on so they have a legitimate case.
Do you think the fact that the COVID vaccines are under the CICP fueled or contributed to vaccine hesitancy during the pandemic?
Honestly, don't think anybody knew.
Okay. Mr. Siri?
Absolutely. I think that the government needs to get out of the business of vaccines. There's a lot of discussion here about aspirin, Tylenol, and Viagra. You know what the difference is? Those aren't mandated by the government. Those aren't told, the government doesn't tell you they're safe, they tell you to get it. And by doing that, what the government has done is they've put now their credibility on the line. And if those products cause an issue, what do they have to do? You understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Virginia. I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. It's a good hearing, and I wish I was here for part of it in the beginning. I wish I could have been here for all that. I had another committee hearing where we were doing a markup. Before I start, though, Mr. Siri, I want to say you're exactly right. I was just going to say the same thing. You choose to take Viagra. You choose to take an aspirin. You choose to take a Tylenol. And you can read the bottle and find out what the risks and the benefits are. You know, I've been in the healthcare profession for many years. I was a practicing dentist till I got here in Congress. By the way, dentistry made a lot more sense than Congress does sometimes. And as somebody who cared, I care about this issue a lot. So I thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to touch down on the ongoing impact that persistent shutdowns and forced vaccinations have had on our two most important populations, active duty military and particularly our children under 5 years old. Shutdowns forcing students not to be in school has had a disastrous impact. The studies show it on their educational levels. Some studies show that American children are as much as 1.5 years behind on topics such as math and reading. Our Americans have to compete with the world 1.5 years behind. Test scores in the areas are significantly lower, with other studies showing average scores as much as 20% lower in grades 3 through 8. Going even younger, social isolation and lack of typical early childhood interactions due to pandemic shutdowns have led to developmental delays. And you know it, you hear about it if you get out there and talk to the professionals. Children born during the pandemic, when compared to those scientifically that were born before the pandemic, have been found to have noticeably lower scores in language, motor skills, and cognitive abilities because of what government did to them. The long-term effects to get these children back on track are going to require a comprehensive and all-out effort from our government for years to come. God help us. I hope we do it. I hope we do it better and have a better track record than we've had sometimes in the past. And you know what frustrates me the most about this? We knew that children had a strong immune response, young children, to COVID-19. We knew that children were not dying from COVID-19. We knew they had a lower risk profile. We knew that, and we locked them away from school and their friends anyway. They will have a much more detrimental impact on these kids than anything COVID could have ever done to them. And there is no greater responsibility for a society. There is no greater American responsibility than to take care of our children, our young people. It was an absolute failure in the way we treated them, And it was an absolute failure in the way we treated our young children and our sacred responsibility. We knew the FDA and the CDC were aware of the vaccine side effects of myocarditis and pericarditis in pediatric and younger adults that needed a more fulsome evaluation. We knew that for young people, the risk of taking the vaccine outweighed any potential benefits a booster ever could have had. And we forced it on them anyway. I'd like somebody to explain to me why we did that. For our government to know this, to be told about it by their own experts, and to still push the release and mandate their use. And that's the difference. Mandate, force it. It had to happen. It's egregious, and it's an act this government has committed that is worthy of, it's a despicable act. It's a despicable act. So, I'm going to ask you quickly, Mr. Siri, please, I usually ask specific questions. Just comment on all that for me.
When you look at the long arc of history, what has wrought more harm and destruction to humanity more than anything was a government, a central authority, a dictator thinking they know better than you and are going to tell you how to live your life. And here we see that in action too. When do you need mandates? When you can't persuade on the merits. When a government can't persuade you on the merits, that's when they have to resort to force, to bullying, to thuggery. And that's what mandates really constitute. If vaccines were safe and effective, you wouldn't need a mandate. Because there are questions about their safety and efficacy, because there are concerns, that's when the government engages in force. It should never do that. There is a time when we're going to want to, CDC will want to have the authority to be able to tell the public, listen to us, trust us. And they're destroying it by constantly pushing out mandates. Persuade on the merits. That's what informed consent is. You inform me, I know the risks and benefit, and I choose whether to consent. And when I say no, if you mandate over that,
Mr. Siri, the first thing we learned in medical school and dental school when I went there was benefit versus risk, and then make a decision. All medications, yeah, they were right over there. They have a risk. But you have to hope that the benefit, not hope, you have to be sure that the benefit is greater than the risk. We didn't know that with these children. In fact, the risk was greater than the benefit. It was the wrong thing to do. And I know I don't have much time left, but what we did to our military was wrong. You know that 8,000 soldiers were discharged from the military due to their fact that they didn't take the vaccine. Only 50 of them have been reinstated. It was their right to refuse to take the vaccine. It was wrong to do that. It has harmed the military. It's harmed the morale. Quick comment, Mr. Siri.
One of the greatest honors of my life was to bring a class action lawsuit against the Air Force on behalf of over 10,000 airplanes and get an injunction preventing their discharge from the military, as well as a case we did against the Army. Our military brass, unfortunately, forgot what it is those who serve, what they swear to defend the Constitution. And the first right under the First Amendment is the freedom of religion. And those that had sincerely had beliefs contrary to taking those products, the military was willing to just run right over them. And so we were heartened when a judge ordered that injunction.
For political purity, we hurt people, we killed people, and children as well. And that's why this hearing is worthy. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from New Jersey. I now recognize myself for questions. Dr. Pavia, are you a member of the Infectious Disease Society of America?
I am.
Are you an active member?
I believe so.
Were you a fellow in 2020?
A fellow is an honorary level, yes, I was.
Were you a board member at one point?
That was a number of years ago.
Are you aware that they've taken monies in 2020 from AstraZeneca and from Pfizer?
So to my knowledge, when IDSA takes money, it's only into their foundation, which is separate from the society itself. And the foundation uses that money for educational activities.
So I'm going to submit for the record the documents that show that. All right. Mr. Siri, can you tell us about Maddie DeGury? Was she a participant in one of these trials? And how was her case reported?
Maddie DeGury, who we represent, her and her family, was one of only about 1,100 children in the Pfizer 12 to 15-year-old COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials. Pointed out earlier, you need to have a separate trial for children. When Pfizer report, after her second dose, she suffered a serious injury. She was in the emergency room. She had a cascading adverse reaction. She ended up in a wheelchair with a feeding tube. And the fact that the vaccine caused an injury They happen. It's tragic, but injuries from products happen. But here, the real incredible part of this story is that when Pfizer reported her injury, they reported it as functional abdominal pain. We know that from a FOIA production we had to fight to get. We then told the FDA in 4 separate letters, hey, Pfizer did not fully inform you about Maddie DeGarry's injury. She's in a wheelchair. She has a feeding tube. The only thing they told you is she has functional abdominal pain. She has a tummy ache. After 4 letters, over 120 days later, they finally responded. And what did the FDA say? They told her to file a VAERS report. She was in the clinical trial, a VAERS, which, by the way, she had already done months earlier. We then sued the FDA for all their communications regarding Maddie DeGarry in the Southern District of Ohio, federal court. And when we finally got those documents, here's what we found. The FDA did finally ask Pfizer about Maddie DeGarry, but it was only after somebody who's very, very wealthy emailed Janet Woodcock about Maddie DeGarry. She then asked Dr. Peter Marks, and then Peter Marks asks that request be sent to Pfizer. Pfizer responds, and this is the first time, as far as we are aware, that Pfizer ever tells the FDA about Maddie DeGarry's injuries. And when you read the narrative that was provided to the
What was the response to the FDA of Peter Marks when he found out that they had misled them?
He seemed unconcerned. And my understanding is, he said, well, they reported she had a serious stomach ache. So, they reported that she had a serious injury. It was basically a whitewash. He sat, as I would expect, as a partner with Pfizer, defending them from their misconduct. He should have been outraged. He should have said, why didn't you report this? Irrespective of whether you thought it was related, you had an obligation to tell us of all injuries. We decide later what to do with the data, but you got to report it. They didn't report it. I'm not aware of any penalty, any issue with Pfizer about it. And when you read the internal email chain, which is part, by the way, in the document we submitted, we have a link to all those emails. You can read them yourself. Pfizer's paid principal investigator says he doesn't, quote, feel, that's what he writes, that the vaccine caused the issue. And it appears that Mark's just accepted
Whether the vaccine caused the issue or not, can you throw somebody out of a trial and not say what happened to them?
It corrupts the entire process. The idea is that you have a new product, you don't know how it affects the human body, so you take in all harms that occur after vaccination, you report all of them. The causality assessment happens afterwards, potentially, but you bring them all in, and it should, as I pointed earlier, be a statistical comparison. Here, basically, from what you look, if you look at the email chain, it looks like Mark just goes, oh, Pfizer's paid principal investigator says he doesn't feel it's related. And that goes kind of in the chain of emails, and it looks like that's how it dies. No reprimand to Pfizer, takes no issue with them, as far as I can tell.
So my final question, have you heard any misinformation here today that you want to clear up?
I've heard a number of things that I would characterize as misinformation here today. For example, I stated that I did not see any case report of a child with no comorbidities dying of COVID vaccine. And I believe that then that was misrepresented as I'm saying there's never been a child. And then the response was, well, there are death certificates showing that children died of COVID vaccine. Well, you know what? If we're going to accept death certificates as proof of a cause of death, there are a lot of death certificates that say that COVID-19 vaccine caused deaths. We get them all the time at our firm. I've also heard that it argued that pertussis vaccine stops transmission. It categorically does not. The scientific documents are cited in what I've submitted. I heard that measles kills 1 in 100 people. Before the licensure of measles vaccine in 1963, only about 400 Americans, that's 1 in 500,000 Americans died of measles in the United States. And so the idea of saying 1 in 5,000 die of measles is wrong. There were about 4 million cases and about 400 deaths. You could do that math. It's not 1 in 1,000. And that's at a time period where parts of this country were still a bit like a developing country where measles can cause harm. I heard that a lot of talk about how vaccines apparently potentially saved, appears to be insinuating millions of lives in America from vaccines, where the reality is in the few years prior to the licensure of virtually all the vaccines that are currently used by children, there were a dozen to a few hundred deaths in America from those vaccines. If you add
from the vaccines or the...
No, sorry, I'm sorry, from the disease itself. For most of those, there was only a dozen or a few hundred. The characterization that there were millions. If you added them all up, the deaths the year before each vaccine on the current CDC schedule, putting flu shot aside, was highly contested, you're lucky if you get to 10,000 deaths. Now, every death's a tragedy, but a lot of those happened back 50, 60, 70 years before there was even acute care. It's a total mischaracterization. When you overstate the benefits, that's a danger too. That's misinformation, but nobody seems to want to accept that part of the equation. Understating the risk certainly is. A lot of misinformation about transmission. Look, most schools required for school don't stop transmission. Not me saying that, that's what the CDC literature says. The inactivated polio vaccine used in the United States since year 2000 does not stop transmission. CDC's own words. The pertussis vaccine doesn't stop transmission. The tetanus vaccine, the meningococcal, it's all cited in the document that I provided. I heard discussion by the hemophilus.
Let's wrap up here.
I'm sorry, I got a long list. I'll stop there. I'm sorry.
All right, we're going to close today's hearing unless the ranking member has a UC.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask, we went over a couple of minutes. Can we give
sure.
Dr. Pavia a couple of minutes to address any misstatements he may have heard today?
Thank you, Mr. Correa. So I think I heard the implication that we mandated vaccine for children. To my knowledge, there was no group of people outside of the military, nobody under 18 was mandated to get the vaccine. Many mistakes were made with school closure policies. I'd be the first to talk about that, and we've published on ways to keep schools open safely. You know, Mr. Siri's a skilled litigator. He's a better arguer, and he's more eloquent than I am, but many of the things that he said are just patently not correct. They are what an advocate carefully puts together to represent his clients, which I fully respect, but science doesn't look at one side or the other. It tries to play straight up the middle.
1 minute. Correct the record.
There's no doubt that vaccines cause side effects. And a lot of people got COVID vaccines. And of course, when you give these vaccines to an entire population, many things happen to those populations, and it's hard to know which of these things are due to the vaccine and which are not. The vaccine safety system is actually a lot more complicated than what Mr. Siri said. It's not just a question of VAERS and other systems for collecting anecdotal reports, but what happens then is once those anecdotal reports come in, if it looks like there might be something that's happening, this is looked at in more detail in large databases that allow for a controlled look at what happened in people who received vaccine and didn't receive vaccine. And it's indeed these kinds of databases that allow us to find a side effect like myocarditis, which is much rarer than the vaccine safety system would have been able to pick up before. And so the vaccine safety system is robust. It does find things. But it's going to take time to figure out for all of these things which of these side effects are due to the vaccine and which aren't. And in the end, it still comes down to benefit and risk. And I would argue that there was very strong benefit with at least the primary series of the COVID vaccines, and for many people of the boosters, especially in the elderly and the immunocompromised. One can argue about the benefit of some of the COVID vaccines in some people, and including some of the additional boosters, but overall, the work that was done to bring the COVID vaccine to the American public was in fact life-saving.
Dr. Krause, did you take a booster?
I did not.
Okay, Mr. Siri, you were addressed. I want to give you 5 seconds to respond.
5 seconds. There are absolutely mandates for children, I know, because we got an injunction against the San Diego School District for requiring the COVID vaccine, as well as all the school districts of California. And then in terms of the post-licensure safety systems, yes, there's the vaccine safety data link. There are other ones, and we address those in the document that we provided Congress. Those have serious issues as well, and I'll stand on my papers. Thank you.
That concludes today's hearing. We thank the witnesses for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, hearing is adjourned.